Hospital porters, pride and dignity, stop the New World Order. Welcome, a warm welcome to Herpanwo TV, a warm 15-minute greeting from here, the heart of the New World Order Education Centre. I'm off on another adventure. This time, I'm going all the way to Manchester to a conference. Now, I've been a little bit secretive and furtive for the sake of fun and amusement, not for any malicious intention, because I wanted to keep it a bit of a surprise where I'm going, because as you're going to find out, this is a very unusual conference I'm going to, a very special one. And for those of you who've been sitting there thinking the suspense is going to kill you, well, I'm happy to save your life. Let's just have a look, shall we?
And this is the event I'm going to go to. I can finally reveal to you. God, I bet the suspense has been killing you, hasn't it? QED, Question, Explore, Discover. That sounds very positive, doesn't it? But it's actually a skeptic conference. Yes, me, the ultimate woo-woo tinfoil hat and nutcase, is going behind enemy lines. I'm going as myself as well. I'm not wearing my Davy Jones disguise. And I'll just give you a little bit of an update. I'll tell you a little bit about it here. This is the home page here. Speakers include, now I don't know most of these people, even though I'm quite close to the skeptic scene, but I'll just tell you about the ones I do know. Alistair Beckett King is a Geordie guy, very, very funny comedian, very distinctive looking guy. And we have here Louise Berger. She spoke at, I think I saw a skeptic in the pub, I can't remember which one, but I do recognise her face and name. Don't know any of those people on that row. Flint Dibble. Oh, he's become a bit infamous, hasn't he? Because he's been debating with Graham Hancock. Did you see the Joe Rogan debate between the two of them? Oh, if you haven't, you do watch it, 'cause it's an absolute classic. And we have here, he needs no introduction, does he? Chris French, of course not. And we have here, who else have we got here? Sabine Hossenfelder, Gott in Himmel, Bane of Michael Shrimpton, the Thinking Man's Deirdre Barlow. She's going to be there. It'll be interesting to talk to her, actually. Yeah. Robin Ince. Alice Howarth. She was at Oxford Skeptics in the pub once. I went to one of those. I don't go to many because it's on a Thursday night when I do the Herpanwo show. Robin Ince is he's the co-host, if that's the word, the minion, the stooge of the glorious, wonderful, limelight-grabbing Professor Brian Cox. They do this show called The Infinite Monkey Cage on Radio 4, and of course he's it'd be nice. Hopefully he shines on stage, because he must be fed up of playing second fiddle to the Coxer. Let's have a look. Don't know anyone on that row. Michael Marshall. Michael Marshall. I have been interviewed by him on his podcast called Skeptics with a K. Yes, there's a link on Herpanwo Voice if you want to listen to that. I think I did a good job. He asked me some tough questions, and I think I answered them pretty well. I did meet him once before, actually, at Conway Hall. Interested to meet him again. By the way, this Claire Klingenberg, doesn't she look a bit like an AI character? I'm sure she's real. That's just my imagination. I don't know anyone on that row. Yvonne Richards Cooper. I think she's a politician, isn't she? I don't know anyone else on that row. Hayley Stevens. Oh, right, yeah, I met her at Lapis. She's a paranormal investigator. And she's quite skeptic. I mean, there's only one case she actually believes in, and it's one that happened to her. It was at her place of work. So we'll see if she's mellowed a bit since then, like the Frenchman has. Richard Wiseman. Oh, I reviewed his book, much to his chagrin, because when I reviewed his book on Herpanwo Voice, I got higher Google rankings than the publisher's page did. That was before I started being shadow banned. Don't know her. And there's several. This is actually quite a complicated thing. It's equally complicated to contact in the desert, only it's much shorter. But basically, what we've got is there's these things running in parallel, so you have to make choices about what you want to see. But they've got a main stage. They have the panel room where you have in-depth discussions. Then there's a quiet space as well, which is something I've never seen at a conference before. It'd be interesting to know. A workshop. There's the workshop area. live shows, and odd QED Fringe. So there's all these different things to choose from over an entire weekend. And this is the schedule. I mean, you're going to have to make some decisions about what you want to see. Now, there's something going on tonight which I won't see. And then there's Skeptic Camp. Now, Skeptic Camp looks interesting. It's the Park Suite on the 4th floor. This is the venue is the Mure Piccadilly Hotel in Manchester. That's where I'm going to go. Now, Skeptic Camp is, hang on, where is it? This is the actual website here. It's just kind of drop-in thing. It says here, free conference that celebrates the incredible work, enthusiasm, etc. If you're not speaking, you can still have your say. And you can watch. It says it's going to occur tomorrow, and so, but it's as you see here. Skeptic Camp is, where is it? Where's Skeptic Camp? Where was it gone? Oh, it's gone. Oh, I'll go back to the updates here. There's the venue there. That's I've walked past that, I think. And schedule. Here we go. Schedule. Skeptic Camp is on the Friday. No ticket required. Just turn up. So now I'll only get to see, maybe if the coach is on time, I'll only get to see like the last couple of hours of that. But never mind. Then it's the quiz. The mixer. Oh, blimey, is a perfect. It's a QED party. So that's 9. I mean, that's sort of like, it's gonna be tricky because I don't actually know anyone there. I may meet a couple of people I know, some of whom I probably have to avoid. Others I'll be glad to see. You know, people who, maybe some of the people who are ASAP were there. Opening ceremony. Hopefully, maybe Sean Doxey's the MC. Yes, it starts 8 a.m. tomorrow. That's cool. And then different things. Yeah, addressing Atlantis. That'll be Flint Dibble. I'll have to see that. But then, excuse me, Sabine as well. You see, it's like I'll have to go through this bit by bit in quietly to work out exactly what I'm going to go and see. There's some live shows of various podcasts. You see, it's kind of like an inversion of Contact in the Desert, isn't it? So much going on, all in parallel. I've had a look through this. There's some things I really like the look of, others I might skip. But yeah, and there's all these things going on. Blimey. Anyway, so that's where I'm heading. So all that remains is to go there now.
Well, I've had a good start. I've not even left Oxford yet, and I've just bumped into my brother porter Kevin. He's a theatre porter at the West Wing at the JR, someone I knew very well. And apart from in terms of the people I know in this city, he's one of the people I'm closest to. I mean, obviously, all hospital porters are my brothers and sisters. You know, it's a very special, unique kind of relationship. However, Kevin was someone I was particularly close to, a very good friend of mine. I haven't seen him for ages, not for a couple of years, but I just bumped into him, and we sort of made arrangements to meet up again. So yeah, and talk about all things of the HP world. That'll be really, really cool. Okay, so we're on our way. We've just got to pass away the time. Good book there. You may know her from podcasts, The Load of Seaters, that's how I first found out about her. It's a book that's actually quite similar to my own, like Alternative History. So maybe I'll say more about it later. For now, I just want to head changing at Birmingham, then on to Manchester. Always changing at Birmingham, don't you? Every time, change at Birmingham. Alright, welcome to Birmingham. This hoarding's still up with graffiti on it. Seems to be mostly tags, from what I can see. I could do one of my Swindon videos here, couldn't I? Just going through all the non-conformist folk art, but anyway, I'm just going to have a walk around here. It's not a bad place really, not as I remember it. It seems to have a nicer atmosphere now. But the Kerryman pub seems to have gone. It was over there, it's gone. Which is a shame, because that was an old Irish pub. What's happening there? Oh, the police are out again in force, of course. This is Birmingham after all. Yeah, it was in there, the Kerryman. It's now derelict. That was like an Irish pub. This is like the Irish Quarter around here. And In fact, if you go in through, when you go in, I didn't film it, but you can see a sign saying 100,000 welcomes. That is actually a Irish phrase. Now, I had a little bet with myself when I arrived. After, what, 6 or 7 years, would the roadworks still be here? But I don't know exactly, probably you know better than me how long the roadworks have been here. But if you actually look, it's mostly gone. This bit is now built, and they've still got cones there, and they've got cones up here, but basically the roadworks have been finished. So I don't think does this count as roadworks? Probably not. I think we could say that this is the first time I've been here in the best part of a decade in which there's no roadworks. That's quite something, isn't it? But there's a lot of other things building over there. We went past the I didn't film it. Maybe I should have filmed these things, but you don't want to. I don't want to show you. You want to see it. There's the HS2 station they're building here. Thankfully, they've at least cancelled. They've cancelled the northern leg, but they're still going ahead with the HS2. Unfortunately, between London and here. I wish they wouldn't. They've already destroyed a number of villages and old trees and things like that. But you should watch my video called what's it called now? I have a Boudica moment in it. I think it's just called "Say No to HS2." I can't even remember the titles of my own videos. But there you are. Yeah, I do an entire video about the whole HS2 thing. But this is all very Irish. Look, you see there's a leprechaun over there. See him? There's your leprechaun. Oh, I don't know what that's. There's loads of like just crude graffiti. It's not very good. Anyway, I've not got long to wait for my connection, so I'll go there and go and join it in a few minutes. Delayed, that's all it says. Please wait in the lounge. Call this a lounge? It's not really a lounge, is it? There you go. Perfect for me, isn't it? Perfect reading material. That's the HS2 station. Venue there, I think. Well, welcome to Manchester, everyone, or as it is called today, gender neutral Chester. I'm now just sort of finding my way around. There's the actual venue there, the Mure Hotel. Now, there's absolutely no point in me going to the Skeptic camp because the coach was almost an hour late. It was not a very nice journey after waiting all that time after the delay. I ended up in one of the old-fashioned type coaches. NX still has a couple of them left on its fleet. I don't know if you've been on those kinds of coaches, not the more modern kind where the toilet is like a big cubicle at the back on the left. This is a coach where the toilet is like it's like this little box down a flight of stairs halfway along on the right, just by the emergency exit. You know the sort I mean? And so it was, and the seats are smaller. It's not very comfortable at all. So, and there was some traffic jams on the motorway as well, up near Kiel Services where the Swedish twins were. So we're sort of late. The actual Skeptic camp finishes at 4 p.m, which is like in only about 40 minutes time. So there's no point in me going in there now. But that's where I know I have to go there tomorrow. That's where. I mean, I might go there late this evening because there is an event later this evening, so I might drop in there. Right now, what I want is a drink and I want a meal and sod the detox while I'm away on a holiday, which is what this is essentially. I'm gonna go and find a Weatherspoons. Of course, that's where you got to go. You've got to go to the Spoons. And now I'm wondering, because I did this journey before. Do you remember? I went up to Piccadilly Gardens and I was looking for Charlie Veitch, because he may be prowling around here with his camera looking for unsuspected victims. I'm sure I might bump into him somewhere. Oh, there's a police car with its blue lights on. Charlie will be somewhere around there. I looked for him when I was here going to Weird Weekend North a couple of years ago, and there's you know, he's kind of like, people might say, well, why did you watch him, Ben? Why did you watch him? Well, he's kind of like, I don't know, there's something compelling about him, even though he's an idiot in some ways, you know, leaving the conspiracy and everything. And he's up himself quite a lot, you know. But other than I keep watching him, I can't help it. I could even give you a kind of like, what's it, an alternative Charlie Veitch tour. Would you like that? Yes. Alright, everybody, this is the main drag here in Manchester. And I'm just walking around looking very handsome and women can't resist me. And where else can we go? Oh, yeah. Cracky Gardens. That's right, we'll go to Cracky Gardens. I think that's the next step. But here is like the, you may... See, I recognise, because I watched Charlie, I know a lot of the... Yeah, this all looks very familiar to me. It's weird that, isn't it? But anyway, let's go and have a look around, and on my way to the Weatherspoons, I'll capture anything interesting I might see, like some crackheads, or some police arresting somebody, or maybe some Palestinian protesters, and I can go up and try and provoke them into getting angry. Oh, you may recognise this, yeah? This is the... I think we're near Piccadilly Gardens now. Oh yeah, Charlie's going to be. He gets drawn to blue lights like a fly to a honeypot. He really does. We're coming up to Piccadilly Gardens now. Charlie calls it Cracky Gardens. For those of you who don't watch him, you'll know that. For those of you who don't watch him, crackheads. He calls this place is full of homeless drug addicts, and he calls them crackheads. He's actually made a few of them quite famous because he. I mean, you might even see them. I mean, some of them have become almost characters on his channel. There's Ironside, a one-legged man in a wheelchair. And, of course, there's Crutchy, whose real name is Andrew. And he's got his own website now, thanks to Charlie. And you see there's a helicopter, that's an air ambulance over there. So, obviously, something's going on. Something major's going on here. I don't know what it is, but this is it anyway. And I believe... This is quite busy now, because either that's a crash, it's not a crash UFO, that's for certain. It's actually something else. We go over here, and up over here, up here actually I've got to go, is the Weatherspoons. I'm actually staying at a Trav Lodge, but not that one. That one was too expensive, even though it was directly opposite the venue. The venue, as I said, is the Mure Hotel, which we've just passed. And somewhere over here, I believe, there's a McDonalds over here, which is the famous what was it Charlie calls it? The most violent McDonald's in the Western Hemisphere. That's, he says, at witching hour. Witching hour is when the kids come out of school and they all pop into McDonald's for snacks. And he calls that, here it is, it's over there. We'll see in a minute, more in a minute. This is where the kids come out of school and they literally all turn up here for snacks and things. And he calls up. Is that my phone? No, I have a phone going. And this is the famous Queen Victoria statue. Yeah, well, you often get the Palestinian protesters there. And you could do like a Charlie Veitch tour, couldn't you? Where's some crackers for me to wind up? And there is the most violent McDonald's. There's a bus in front of it. Anyway, it's cool. The most violent McDonald's in the Western Hemisphere, on which it happens. Yay. I'm not going to eat it there. No way. I can feel that there's actually some bad energy here, I must say. It feels a little bit there's a lot of people look very belligerent. I mean, I thought obviously Charlie exacerbates that because he goes out looking for that kind of reaction from people. But yeah, it seems a lot of tension in here. Manchester is a place where there's very little green space. I mean, Piccadilly Gardens there. It's one of the few parks in the city actually, and so it's a bit of a concrete jungle. And it's built in various phases. There's modern buildings, but there's some very old buildings. It's a very old city, and there's some Victorian or pre-Victorian canals and old mills and things, including Cottages Cove. Cottages Cove is another famous part of the Charlie Beach tour, but I'm not going to go there. No way. I wonder why Charlie goes there so much sometimes, I think. Oh, thank goodness for that. An oasis in the desert. An island in the tempest. It's just simply called Weatherspoons. It doesn't have any other name. It's just called that. Okay guys, I'm in the Weatherspoons and I've come across this. It's actually been recommended to me on my phone called The Street Pyramids Are Killing Russian Drivers and Tourists. These have been left in the middle of the road. Pause and read this if you want. It's called Dragon's Teeth. Why are they doing that, I wonder? Who's doing it? They've been used for military defences, What is doing it? Is it the aliens? Well, here I'm looking at the event schedule. Skeptic Camp, as you can see, is finished at 6 o'clock. It's now 15:15. Let's see up the Fringe area on Park Suite 4th floor. But straight after it, in the same venue, or 2 hours after it, is the Friday night quiz. Take time out of asking questions to answer something. Stretch every synapse. There's a syn out there. It's synapse. Well, unless I got that wrong. Attenuate your amygdala and nourish your neurons. With the QED Friday night quiz, Ian Hawkins hosts as your team fights it out in a contest designed to sort smart cookies from the Daft Biscuits. Well, I mean, it finishes at 8 o'clock. I'm not going to wait that long because I've got to get to my hotel. It's quite a long way from here, actually. I've got to get a train. But I might pop over there now, just do a dry run and have a look around. Probably some people will be having dinner now. A lot of them will be staying at the hotel because these skeptic conferences tend to be residential. The Town London one was. I'll talk a bit later about the previous skeptic conference I went to, and indeed I'll put a link in the description box. So when I went to Town London. So a lot of people will be staying at the Mercure, but I'm going to pop over there anyway, just have a look around, maybe have a chat with Frenchie if he's on the scene, and it'll make it easier tomorrow morning when I head there for real. Alright guys, I left the Spoons, had a lovely meal in there, very nice, just the usual thing, not worth filming, and a pint of course. I'm heading for the Mercure Hotel, which is this. It's a very top heavy piece of architecture. It looks very 60s actually, maybe early 70s, and I've got to try and find my way in. It reminds me of somewhere in Las Vegas actually. I've got to try and find my way into it. So there's all these things that I've got to find the door basically. First of all, this is why it's good to do a dry run before you go, because tomorrow morning I'm going to have to leave here. I'll leave my hotel about 7:15 and I have to get here by 8. It was 8:30, I can't remember, but anyway, I'm going to have to, I won't be able to mess around or, can't afford any real delays tomorrow. So I'm going to try and find my way in now. So I'll go around all these shop fronts and see if there's actually a door somewhere. That's City Tower, which is that one. You can see that's the entrance to City Tower. But I'm going to the the Mercure Hotel. So I'm assuming there's a door somewhere you can get in. Unless you can be accessed from underground or from the rooftops. But I don't think QED would have a conference in there if that was the case. Okay, here it is, the Mercure Hotel. I've got to wait for a break in the human traffic though before I can cross. I think you need pelican crossings for the pedestrian area now, I think. So that's where we go in. Okay guys, I'm in the lift now. No psychic laboratory tape around this, which is unusual, considering it's a skeptic conference. Anyway, I'm going to level 4. It's the Park Suite I'm looking for, so here we are. Let's have a look around. Well, here's here's where it says QED Skeptics event. This is just like the Fringe. I'll show you. They're just setting up the quiz in there. I just spoke to a chap and he was just explaining how they're doing the quiz. But it's not starting until 6, so I just told him I'll come back tomorrow morning, and I know where to go now anyway. I know, the main thing is I know where to go. The main thing is on level 3. I'll just go and have a quick look at that before I leave. To be honest, I want to avoid the rush hour. Looks like it's all happening here. The international suite. But they're not open yet, I think, because if I peek in here, there's no one here. I think it's all starting tomorrow. At least I know where to go now. Level 3. Well, it looks like this is the place. This is sort of like the gathering place. All these people I think are here for QED. They've got that look about them that makes me think they're skeptics. So I've ordered myself a drink, and I'm just there's a lovely view out the window. So this seems to be the social hub. I'm looking around to see if anyone I know. I might see a few people from ASAP, or if I see Professor Chris French, because I know him, or anyone else who might turn up. So I'm just going to wander around for a bit and drink my drink before I go. That said, I want to avoid the rush hour if possible when I get my train. Oh my god, it's a mirror. I can't believe it, it's a mirror. This looks so real, I thought it was more here. I thought someone was walking towards me. I said, excuse me, I said. I actually saw someone, I thought I saw someone walking towards me. I didn't even notice he looks a bit like me, and I went, oh, excuse me. My god, that's weird, that's very weird. It makes the room look a lot bigger. Very strange. There I am. That's weird, isn't it? It really, well, it makes the whole place look bigger. Actually, just it sort of like makes it gives the illusion of more space than is here.
That's probably why they put it in.
Yeah, it's probably it. Yeah. I'm watching the women's cricket. That's New Zealand versus somebody in West Indies. I prefer it when they just wear white. But, the women can play quite well, actually. But, that's a nice picture, isn't it? I love Manchester. I think that's the Allendale, as Charlie would say. Look, I'm leaving the Metropole now. I'm heading for the station. It's about 6 p.m. I wasn't going to hang around too long, but then as you just saw, that thing with the mirror was really weird. And there was a group of people. There was a man and a woman and someone of indeterminate gender sitting on the table there. And they were the people sort of laughing at me, as you heard. They invited me to sit down. They said there was a spare seat. And I said, oh, take a seat. And I introduced myself, and they introduced themselves to me. And we had a really good discussion. They were really nice people. And we had a really good discussion about all kinds of... one of them been to Las Vegas, and we talked about Las Vegas. There was sort of different personalities. Like there was two women. One of them was like really chatty and really sort of like very, very extrovert, very, very talkative. The other one was a bit quieter, and there was this really quiet guy sitting to my right, smiling and friendly, but very, very taciturn introvert. And I didn't tell him who I was. I didn't say, hey guys, I'm your token woo-woo, guys. I've just turned up. I've turned up to take the mickey out of you. I didn't say anything like that, because I'm not here to take the mickey out of them. I'm just here to experience the other side of life. But I didn't tell them anything about myself. I didn't volunteer any information. At one point, when I was filming in there and I was doing little shots, one of them asked, so what are you doing? You make little videos. And I said, I'm just doing a video diary. I didn't tell them about Panwo TV. I mean, most people are okay, but you just never know how they're going to react, especially in a social situation like that, when you've been drinking. So I just told them I'm making a little video diary to preserve memories and things like that, and that was nice. And then Marsh came over, Michael Marshall. He came over, and I said, hey Marsh, you recognise me? And I said, because he looked different how I imagined him to, and I said, I'm Ben Emlyn Jones. You interviewed me on your show, and he said, oh yeah. So that's the first person who's recognised me. Funny if there was like a bald guy with a little goatee beard sitting on the table a little way away. Because I swore that was Matt Dillahunty. The curious atheist or whatever he's called. The one that all was it David Smith? Oh, you've got to go on Matt Dillahunty show. Call in to Matt Dillahunty. And I'm like, well, why? Well, no, you've got to do that. That is the ultimate yardstick. It's the acid test to which every woo-woo has to pass. And I don't see why it's so special about Matt Dillahunty. I mean, he's an interesting guy, I suppose. He's got some good arguments, but I mean, I don't think he's an exceptional skeptic stroke atheist. He's an atheosceptic, is the term I coined. I don't think he's an exceptional atheosceptic. I think he can be quite. I think he's unfair and a bit too hard on people sometimes. Maybe that's why David Smith wants me to talk to him. You play chess with Garry Kasparov and you beat him and stuff like that. But you have yet to face the pigeon. If you want to know what I'm talking about, just I can't give you a reference. Just watch some of my reply to comments videos. Pigeon chess, the best chess player in the world is a pigeon. You know why? Because it kicks over the pieces and just shits all over the board. Who can beat that? You see, it's and Matt Dillahunty's like that sometimes. He behaves like that. He just starts insulting people as soon as they call in. He's obviously playing for his audience. But anyway, I was talking to these people for a while, and they were nice folk, and I it's over an hour since I joined them, and we've been having a nice conversation. So yeah, probably see him tomorrow. So Marsh is telling me who I am, and I say, "Did you know that bloke you were sitting next to? Did you know who he is? Do you know he's a big time woo-woo nutcase?" We're about to go past one of the canals. I'll just show it to you. This is one of these. These canals are like over 200 years old. Oh, I think this is Canal Street. That's the gay. That's the gay village down there. It's amazing how much you learn about the geography of Manchester just from watching Charlie Beach. And that there's one of the canals there, you see. Now that's not, I don't think that is Cottages Cove, but there's all kinds of mysteries associated with these canals. They're very old, like I said, they're over 200 years old. And there's sort of an underbelly of the city. See, they're slightly a lower level than the rest of the city. I think that the new buildings are sort of built on top of the old ones. But there's the Manchester Pusher. I'll tell you more about that when I get back to the hotel, if I remember. But I did mention the Manchester Pusher in, I think it was one of the Weird Weekend North videos. Young Char, that's a good name for a restaurant. Oh, but I've had my Weatherspoons meal. That'll do me. Okay, guys, so I'm going to head now for the station. I've got to go to Manchester Piccadilly Station. That's the biggest station in Manchester. And from there, it's a very short train journey to Wannabe, just 2 stops on a light urban railway. So shouldn't be too hard to get to. But I mean, I could have stayed for the quiz. I just went up there when there was the quiz on, and they couldn't get in. These people I met, my acquaintances, they couldn't get in, so they just went back to the bar. But I said, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm not going to join them because I could be there all night. I've got to get there, check in, get into my room, settle in. I'm like that when it comes to like staying away. So from and it's going to be dark soon. It is that time of year. So I'm going to head for the station. This is Manchester Piccadilly Station. It's one of the biggest stations I've ever been in. It's the central station in Manchester, and as always there's this big sort of shopping centre thing behind it. You always get that. I know what train.
Standing on platform 12 is the 1830 Transport for Wales service to Cardiff Central. Calling at Stockport, Wilmslow, Crewe, Shrewsbury, Church Stretton, Craven Arms, Ludlow, Leicester, Hereford, Abergavenny.
I like these old trains.
Cumberland, Newport and Cardiff Central. That's the 1830 Transport for Wales service to Cardiff Central is departing from platform 12.
They got much more character. I do like them. Alright guys, I got off the train. Station's just up there, and it's just a small rural station, and I'm walking through this slightly Blade Runner landscape with a sort of like slightly off black sky. It reminds me of Blade Runner. Also, I feel very much now like I did when I went to Romford. Do you remember when I went to see that psychic guy, Jason Harrington? I went to see that seance. This is very similar. I have that same feeling. I mean, I've been somewhere I've never been before, and I've got to find my way to my hotel, which is not far actually. It's only a few hundred yards, I think, on the map. But I'm going to head there now and check in. So good. I've got Stephen Cambion playing in my ear. Maybe that wasn't a very good choice, but there you go. It's just the first thing to come on my playlist. So just a short walk now, and hopefully I got my booking. I booked it, so it shouldn't be a problem. Well, here I am, guys, in the Trav Lodge room. The cherry picture again. It's not exactly unexpected, is it? It's just a general Trav Lodge room. The view outside is actually, well, actually it's a ground floor room I've got this time, and it's got like a view over the car park. But that's not bad. I don't mind. It's, if I sleepwalk, I don't have to worry about falling too far when I come out. There's a big hedge there. TV, of course. The bed, as usual. Oh, my usual tea and coffee and stuff. That's good. And in here we have the room mirror and toilet rolls and things. And we don't have a psycho shower. We actually have a normal shower. You can actually pull up and so you can like squirt in all directions. That's nice. That's a nice change. And they've got the residents take care while standing or walking on any wet surface. I mean, dear God. Oh, those conscientious bastards. I swear one day they're going to forget to put that sign on there. That sticker will come off and they'll forget to replace it. And I'll do a Diego Maradona tumble, pretend I've broken my hip, and I'll sue them for £1 million. Yeah, but that hasn't happened yet, unfortunately. So yeah, and now got a slight problem. The sink there's a tap, but I can't open the plug. Is there a special method for opening the plug hole? It looks like someone's already tried with a screwdriver and they can't get it open. Alright, so just brush my teeth in the bath, I suppose. That's not the end of the world, is it? So yes, this is my room. I'll come back earlier, so I wanted to get checked in. I mean, I don't think I'll go out again, probably. I'll probably just sit here and see what's on telly, and I might do a bit of V to C, you know, voice to camera. I'll see how I feel, record my thoughts. Oh, whoa, so simply read. If you don't know me by now, and I'm going to get a third-party copyright strike for this. I better talk over it very, very distinct. Anyway, 58 channels so far, nothing worth watching. Nothing. Oh, hello is quite funny. Let's have a look. Luckily, I've actually downloaded a few things from my laptop, and I have brought my Birds of a Feather Christmas. I like Birds of a Feather, but Christmas, it's October, for goodness sake. Kenny Everett, oh, he's good. Porn stars. Yeah. It's all like, how is it? I grew up in an era when there were literally 3 channels and a TV was a little box in the corner of your room. Now you have like TVs that cover an entire wall, high definition screens, 3D displays. You have like you know, the money spent on TV production now is now rivaling Hollywood, and there's like thousands of channels now, but the quality, the technical creativity has gone through the fucking floor. It's even today, even among people younger than me, you know, they love the old shows, and you know, Dave and UK Gold, they're like the most popular channels of all, you know, because you know that's the only place there's anything worth bloody watching. Oh, stop whinging, Ben. Alright guys, well, I finished this article. It's not that good, actually. I've actually, as much as I love the Nexus Magazine, I think it's a wonderful magazine, and you know, they often publish things I don't necessarily agree with. This is it's by Paul and Philip Collins, and it is, I won't go into details, but basically it's the classic backslapper line, which I've dealt with many times before, and it's falsehood, and so well, that's a pity, but there you go. It's not the end of the world. There's the other side of the story too, which Nexus do cover, and indeed they do it every month, or every issue, every 2 months, in my ad. You go to the ad page, which is it's called the Declassified. What do you see? Roswell Rising, a novel of disclosure by Ben Emlyn Jones, and there's the list there about that's advertising my book, and I put one in every single issue. It's the perfect place to advertise Roswell Rising. Okay, so it's about 10:30. I'm going to go to bed now. Although Friday night, probably won't sleep very well. I went to the bar and had a little bit of a pint. It's just a Trav Lodge, not as good as Premier Inn in that respect, but it's cheaper. Don't expect too much for the price. I had a pint, I had a packet of crisps. And I'm getting ready to sleep as well as I can and head off in the morning to the conference. And like I said, I tend not to sleep too well on the Friday night, but I'll do what I can. And I've got luckily the train journey is not very long between here and Manchester Piccadilly, so I can probably get up around 7ish, something like that. So I should get a little bit of sleep at least. And then it's off to the conference, and I'll let you know how it goes tomorrow. I must say there's certain things about this, certain things I should mention. This is not the first Skeptic conference I've been to. In fact, if you go to Hapanwo, the main Hapanwo site now, okay, it's the main Hapanwo site. It's hapanwo.blogspot.com. In 2010, I went to the TAM London. This is the Amazing Meeting. This is James Randi's event, and and there's a picture of James Randi. I actually met Randy. I met him there, and you can go and read this for yourself. But it's a list of it's basically a written reportage of what happened. And I'm not going to you can pause and read what you can here, but basically you're better off go to the Hapanwo. Just go to my Skeptics portal here on the Hapanwo site here. Look, I've got an entire Skeptics portal that's on there, so you can go and check that out. Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting to go there. I bought a weekend ticket. I only ended up going one of the days, the Saturday. I didn't go to the Sunday. I was just getting tired, I think, and I wasn't very well. This is already. It was a long time ago. Obviously, it was 14 years ago, but I still sense a slightly different atmosphere at this one. It was actually really quite nice, I suppose. I mean, I've been listening. This is on here actually. I've been listening to the latest Skeptics with a K podcast. This is Marsh's event. Michael Marshall of Merseyside Skeptics. He does a regular podcast called Skeptics with a K. And he as I've already explained, he interviewed me on one of the shows. It was a few years ago now, but he did do an hour-long interview with me, and I thought it went very well. We disagreed on a lot, but we had quite a good-natured discussion. It was actually pretty good. I thought, so it was quite nice. And he's talking a little bit about the conference that's coming. All the events so far is what's known as QED Fringe, which is kind of his thing. It's in this separate bit above, and it's kind of like it's not actually organised by the main people on the QED. It's Marsh's own project, which is like associated with it, and there's going to be others, like he's doing a live Skeptics with a K from the event, and he's also doing other things, like he's doing he's doing several other events as well. He's doing several panels. There's 5 different Skeptic podcasts going to be broadcasting for this. This really is the Skeptic contact in the desert, I'll tell you. Like I say, it's shorter. It's much shorter. It's only 2 days with the Fringe events also on the Thursday and Friday. But the main event is just 2 days. But it is very, very similar, with the events running in parallel. You've got the workshops and the extra rooms, and there's the quiet room, and there's what they call the mixer. The mixer is like a place where I forgot what it's a room somewhere where you can go to socialise more. The social side of this is being very emphasised. What did you say the mixer was? It's been very, very much emphasised because I'm just looking at my notes. They got this thing called the buddy system. So apparently there's people with purple badges, and they're called buddies. And what you do if you're new there and you are kind of and you're not sure and you feel a bit awkward and you feel a bit shy and lonely and stuff like that, you can go up to one of the buddy people, and they will talk to you and be really nice to you and stuff like that, and they'll encourage you to join in. They'll introduce you to people and things like that. Now I'm probably not going to do that, simply because as I suppose I should say, I am I must admit, I suppose I'm a kind of an infiltrator. I am a spy. No, that's a spy is too strong. But I am a sort of woo-woo infiltrator, because most of these people don't know me. Obviously there's people who are going to know me, and at some point word is going to get around and my cover is going to be blown. It's not really my cover. I mean, I'm not exactly in my David Jones disguise, you know, but I mean, these people I was with today, there was these two women, there was a man, there was a person of indeterminate gender who I will not try to guess. I will not try to guess what their gender was, but I was with these people sitting on the table, as you saw earlier. Now, what's strange is they don't know me. Oh, they literally, it began with that joke about the mirror in the bar, and because I literally thought, oh, well, there's someone walking towards me. Oh, I actually thought it was a part of the bar, and I had a big laugh about them with it. And then, literally within a seconds of me having this discussion, they invited me to sit down with them, and we introduced ourselves. And we had a quite a nice discussion. I mean, like I said, one of the women in particular was very, very outgoing and very, very talkative, and she was easy to talk to. The others were nice. The other people were nice as well. The man was a little bit quiet, but he seemed friendly enough. And we sort of like jokes about things. Like I said, that's Matt Dillahunty over there. I pointed at this guy who looked like Matt Dillahunty, and I said I thought it was him, and things like that. And I didn't tell them who I was. None of them recognised me. Why should they? I mean, and if they'd asked me, and you know, about what I thought about certain things, do I tell them? I mean, if they say, what do you think about ghosts and UFOs? Do I tell them? Because of course they're skeptics, and when we have a discussion about something, I can. What do I do? I mean, I could just say, actually, I believe in these things, and they'll look. I didn't do that. I mean, the situation where I might have to make that choice never came up. But of course, I met up with Marsh, and Marsh is, you know, they went up to the quiz, and they came down later because there wasn't room for them. But Marsh is going to come up to them. I've got a feeling Marsh is going to come up to them at some point and say, "That guy you were sitting with, do you know who that is?" And they say, no, we just met him. We just met him today. And he'll say who I am and say how I'm like a tinfoil hat nutcase. And so I interviewed him on my show. He's a complete loony. He believes in A, B, and C. And you know what will their reaction be? He seems such a nice guy. I had no idea. Oh my God! You know, they sometimes this happens. You know, they talk to you like you're a serial killer and they just found out or something. But that is maybe that's just my paranoia. It all depends on what kind of people they are. Not every skepper is going to respond like that. Someone will say, "Oh, cool, you know, that's fine with me." When I started going to skeptics in the pub, you know, they were very welcoming when they realised who I was, because the Droik trolls, the Droik trolls doxed me. This was years ago. This is even before I went to town London, and. Next time I went along, the guy who ran it, David Allen Green, he said, "Oh, you're Ben, are you?" And I said, "Yeah, oh, we heard all about you." And I said, "Is it true?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "That's fine, as long as if you're well behaved and respectful, you know, you're welcome to come along." And I said, "Fine, thank you, that's great." So I'm not worried. Honestly, I'm not that bothered about it. I'm not that bothered if people know who I am. If they ask me straight out, I'll just tell them who I am. I think I'll say, "Yes, I am. I'm this, and I'm just here to hear the other. I'm just here to look at the other side of the story, to examine it," which I've always done. I mean, you know, just literally just a couple of months ago, I was doing a talk in Dorset about skeptics. So yeah, and you know, Frenchie invited me to talk at his lecture at his conference and things like that. When I see Frenchie, I mean, he'll recognise me. He'll recognise me immediately. You know, I mean, Marsh didn't, but then he only knows my voice really. But well, he must know what I look like though, because he did put a photo of me on his. He put a photo of me on. I'll try and find it later. I mean, the Wi-Fi's gone off now, so I can't access it on my computer. But you know, there's a link on Pan My Voice if you want to listen to the interview. So yeah, it seems there is. I've been impressed by the community spirit here. I've been impressed by the fact that, you know, the mirror business. I said to them, "Are you here for QED?" And they said yes. And that was the moment they just, "Oh, sit down," you know. That it does seem that they immediately warmed to a complete stranger. I know we were having a laugh, and that's always an icebreaker. A joke is always an icebreaker. But they said, sit down, join us," you know. And then we introduced ourselves. I was impressed by that. It was very nice of them. They were very friendly people. And would they have been that way if they knew who I was? I don't know. Probably not, but it's not. It's, you know, it doesn't mean that. It's. I mean, if they do get frosty with me when they know who I am, that's too bad. I mean, I'm not going to. It's quite likely some people will not be as close to me when they realise I'm not one of them. But that's to be expected. That's to be expected. They'll probably still be polite, but they'll just be more standoffish and won't be so sort of like embracing, which is fine with me. It's up to them. Anyway, guys, it's now it's 10 to 11, so I better see. I'll get as much sleep as I can tonight, but I'm not going to sort of fret about it. I know that the best thing you can do if you can't sleep properly is just think about nice things. That's the thing. It's about controlling your thoughts. And so I'll finish off by watching one of these. I've downloaded a whole load of videos here so I can watch them, mostly Rich Planet ones. I tried to download an Ashton Forbes video during my half-hour free Wi-Fi, but it didn't work. But I'll probably get him on 4G anyway on my phone. So I'll watch a bit of Ashton Forbes, and then I will go to bed. See you in the morning.
Well, good morning, campers. Heidi hi. Well, that's actually a bright, sunny, shiny morning. It's actually 7 AM, and if you live in England, you'll know that at this time of year, 7 AM, still the middle of the night in terms of the sun. It'll appear at some point, but right now I'm heading for the venue, so I'm going back into central Manchester to the venue to see what happens. I'm a bit apprehensive because I mean it's not like the David Jones thing. I mean, if people work out who I am, it's not the end of the world. But I'm still kind of, I don't know, I feel a little bit guilty, I suppose. Again, I tend to suffer from misplaced guilt. It's a hangover from my days when my mother was alive, because she was quite good at sort of like gaslighting people and making people feel guilty. She got an awful lot of, which way do I go now? I think it's down here. Yeah, she's quite good at sort of like making people feel guilty. It was her way of controlling them. Because I feel I'm being a bit dishonest. I am simply lying through omission, I suppose. I might even get the Ockham Award. I don't know, you heard about the Ockham. What's the Ockham Award? All right. They give out everything. They give out an award every year at the QED. It has its equivalent. It actually existed in it's the same thing that existed in TAM, the original amazing meeting in the United States. They had what they called the Snuffed Candle Award, where they give a sort of like booby prize to anyone who they thought was the biggest peddler of piffle and pseudoscience in the world. And Art Bell won it one year, I remember. I'm sure he had that proudly on his mantelpiece. And they have something similar called the Ockham Award. Ockham coming from Occam's razor, the famous skeptic fallacy I talked about. So maybe I'll get that. So they'll give out the Ockham Award to the worst, the most outrageous lunatic and peddler of nonsense and rubbish and anti-science. So I don't know who's it going to be. Maybe Richard D. Hall will get it this year. I don't know. I'm sure, I think it's probably an honour. Anyway, going to walk to the station, catch a train. The trains are very convenient. They go every quarter an hour. It's like a urban commuter train kind of thing. And so they're quite regular, they're like buses. So it's like, I think it's about 15 minutes to the station, so I should get there just in time for the 7:15 train going up this main road here. So I have to get breakfast at some point as well. Well, welcome to Manchester. We've got here one of the most unusual, most poignant war memorials I've ever seen. Yeah. Very, very well done. You can see the pain in that guy's face, in that guy's posture. There we are. Over blindness, blind veterans. So he's got like bandage over his eyes. He's lost his sight from poison gas. Oh god, look, they all have. There's one guy, one eye. There's a guy, one eye. The one in the land of the blind. the one-eyed man is king. He's just leading them. Yeah. That's very sad. Okay, let's head to the venue now, or try and get some breakfast on the way. There's the venue there, and there's a Trav Lodge, literally just there. Now, I could have stayed there, but that's actually more than twice the price, believe it or not, that particular one. Well, I just had my my first encounter with the crackheads, as Charlie Veach calls them. They're just outside the most violent McDonalds in the Western Hemisphere. And they just, sure enough, they came up and said, "Can you spare some change?" I just said, "Sorry, I don't donate cash or goods on the street." This other guy came up and tried to shake my hand. They always tend to be very over friendly. So, yeah. So they'll come up and embrace you, you know. And I just said, he said, "I'm running a charity for ex-offenders. Would you donate?" And I said, "I don't donate cash or goods on the street." He says, "It's not that." I says, "This is the street, mate." So they do practice very aggressive begging around here. I don't endorse Charlie's behaviour, which is to like bait them and wind them up until they get angry so he can get footage for his content for his channel. But you know, I can see why people find them intimidating. I understand that. A lot of people do find them intimidating. But anyway, I bought a couple of sandwiches from the local Morrison's just over the road, so I'm going to head to the venue's just there, so I'm going to head there in a minute. I do believe that is the man Charlie Veach calls Ironside. So he's got one leg, you see him pushing himself along with his one leg. What Charlie does is he goes up to him and winds him up, and the guy's very easy to provoke, and he chases after Charlie. Of course, he hasn't got a hope of catching him, swearing and shouting around. I shouldn't watch him really, should I? I shouldn't watch Charlie. Well guys, I am in officially, and I can tell you what, because I've got the lanyard, and it's not just like the one at Contact. It has, look what it's got on the bottom of it, look. I have a personalised identity badge with the dates there, QED, and now the stickers you have on here, you can choose different stickers. You can have up to 3, and it says here I've got number 1, which is it's my first time yellow sticker, and it says here, "I'm friendly, come and talk to me." There's a 3rd sticker. You can have stickers depending on which pronouns you want. So it's she, her, they, them, he, she, stuff like that. Well, you know what I think about all that, but I just joked with them when I went up there. They've got like a reception desk with people with yellow t-shirts, which mean they're sort of like staff, the volunteers. And I said, I'm just people call me whatever they think suits me best. So it's good. So it's went quite smoothly. And it's not even 8 o'clock yet, and they're still open. So that's good. They're still opened early. There's nothing now to do except wait until it's time to open doors to go in. Now the schedule is designed. See, it's like a program and ID badge in one, which is a very clever idea actually, and it's got the dates there. So it's obviously designed to go 2 ways up, and the reason is because if you open it up like that, it's upside down, so you've got to open it up that way, which makes sense because then you're hanging it around your neck, you can sort of pick it up and look at it like that. You see what I mean? So it's that way around this way, but it's actually going to be easier for me to take the lanyard off to show you the pages on camera. Okay, so we begin with the first page, which just gives you a list of the different, it's like a schedule, but it's like the one online, which just has a list of names. I mean, there's a diagram later on, which is a bit more like Contact in the Desert. But to begin with, you just have here opening ceremony with Sean Doxey, whoever that is. Apparently, this is going to be like an introduction to the whole thing, and it'll challenging rampant conspiracy theories. Oh my goodness me, I'm in the right place, aren't I? So this, I was told by the people I was speaking to last night not to miss the beginnings, because there's like a really, or get there by 8:30 if possible, because there's like a really good, very amusing, interesting video, intro video. Then on the main stage, 10:09, how to spot health and nutrition misinformation online by Dr. Ids Mughal. So that's going to be the next one. Then this one I don't want to miss. Flint Dibble. Nearly 50% of people believe in Atlantis, so I'm not quite the majority yet. People are not ignorant to fault of their own. Dr. Flint Dibble, archaeologist. From Joe Rogan in newspaper headlines. Yeah, I saw him on Joe Rogan debating Graham Hancock. Yeah. Then you can either watch that, or you can watch the panel discussion on race and riots, which is in purple. I think that's in the. It says here what they are. It's a panel discussion in a separate room. I'll show you the map in a minute. From rabbit holes to the riots. Weeks after the election, race riots raged, ignited by disinformation about the murder of 3 young girls. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. It wasn't exactly misinformation, but there was someone put out a fake story that it was someone who'd just come off a boat. It turns out it was like a second-generation immigrant, but it's still... who's here? Michael Marshall's going to do this one. Oh, right, cool. Right. I'm just turning the page here. Just one sec. And then we have Nostalgia, A History of Dangerous Emotion by Dr. Agnes Arnold Foster. Neuroscience Psychology and the History of Emotions. From its identification in 17th century Switzerland to the present day. All right. But you can either watch that at 1:10 or do Robots Dream of Ethical Sheep. And it's a play on the Philip K. Dick novel title. An engaging panel discussion on AI. That's lots of AI stuff. Joanne Mubin, Dr. Emily Jake, C. Collins, James Baldwin, Rick Owen. Or there's another workshop at the same time, because there's that's purple and that's blue. It indicates where they are on the map. So this is like contact in that respect. Freedom of information, how they stop you finding the truth. Right. That's interesting. I might watch that one. I'll have to make some decisions about what to watch. Incredulous Live. Incredulous is a skeptic podcast with Noah Lungens, Hayley Stevens and Michael Marshall. All right. Host Andy Wilson. All right. I've listened to a couple of Incredulous shows, actually. Just going to turn the page again. One sec. Sorry, I will wheel around a bit while I turn the page. We have Saturday, and 2:10 we have Self-Care Nation. Is wellness more promising or problematic? By Rena Raphael. Unprecedented $4 billion industry in health and wellness. Okay, then labour pains, that's the panel discussion, 4:10. Women have been judged on how they do things is nothing. Oh, right. Oh, this is going to be a load of feminist stuff. Agnes Arnold Foster, Catherine Roy, Annabelle Wemimno, and Nicola Thorpe. No men. Where are the men? All female panel hashtag. Yeah. Now this looks more interesting. Magic for Skeptics with Professor Richard Wiseman. Yay. That's in the workshop. Nice. I don't know if you have to book workshops, you have to pay for them, I don't know. An hour later you've got The Virtues and Vices of Health Tech Devices. That rhymes, by Professor Bola Grace. Again, it's you can just pause and read this. It's about health technology refines delivery of healthcare, wearables, and although I'll never get one of those wearables, the things that measure your heartbeat and stuff like that while you're walking around. Panel discussion. Professionally Curious, the art of investigative journalism. Now it does look interesting. How journalists know which threads to pull. I might get that. I'm not going to get that one. I would go to that one. I'm going to go to Frenchy instead. But anyway, it's by Madion Jones, Rena Raphael, Layla Wright, and Michael Marshall. Michael Marshall gets everywhere, doesn't he? And in fact, I think I'll go to this one. Testing the Paranormal by Professor Chris French. Yeah, the evidence. And this is in the main. The red means the main chamber. And you have here Lawman, Jane Shapestaff, and Alistair Beckett King. Once you've seen Alistair Beckett King, you can never forget him. He's the guy with the long ginger locks. And Hayley Stevens. He's a Geordie comedian kind of guy. He's very funny, actually. Oh, they're talking about Jeff the Talking Mongoose. Oh, right. Well, I'm going to go see Frenchie, but that looks interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see the video of that. And here's that you can see, this is the interesting bit where you can make your plans more easily with this here, through this. Sabine Hostenfelder. That's Saturday, and tells you where they are. You see, for example, there's Rena Raphael Labour Paints Magic for Skeptics, and here we have Bowler Grace Investigative Journalism, Testing the Paranormal and Lawmen. Richard Wiseman is on his own in the at 4 in the there, and then there's right, and there's Richard Wiseman. I might probably miss the gala dinner because I'm not really dressed for it. And then finally Saturday night at QED, show a late night thing there, and there's schedule at a glance. That's Sunday. All right, welcome back. And there's this is Sunday. Oh, that's just in the middle. There's a few thank yous. Let's put the schedule in the middle, but then you have here. There's a bit more detail. So, you get a separate one. Oh, right. Yeah. All right. I see. Sunday's coming up in a minute. This is the Sunday at a glance and Saturday at a glance. Comfort and conduct. It gives you some things about here. We want you to have a great time at QED, ensuring everyone feels comfortable. That's third. If anyone has behaved towards you in an inappropriate way, including speakers and event organisers, more reports will be taken seriously. Well, I mean, that's fair. I think that's fair enough. However, you know how that can be abused. That thing can be abused, as you probably are aware. That sort of thing, you know. Me Too, fake Me Too claims and things like that. But basically, just don't be, you know, to quote Phil Plait, don't be a dick. And you're with reasonable people, they'll be all right, reasonable with you. I think that's the maxim I always go by. And then we have Sunday. Oh, here's the map. It says main stage, live shows, workshops, panel rooms. So the colour coding tells you where they are on the. The colour coding tells you where they are on the schedule. Accessible seating, you have like wheelchair spaces, induction loop for people who are deaf. And then welcome back Sean again. And there's Robin Ince again, the sort of like the guy left out, the left out guy of Professor Brian Cox. And then on the main stage, recentering women in the struggle for HIV. That's by Dr. Shima Tariq. And then there's Good Morning, How Did You Sleep? Oh, that's James Wilson, Professor Richard Wiseman, Louise Berger, Andy Wilson. Workshop presentation by Dr. Jamie Gallagher. I've heard of him. Most engaging mental presentations possible. Oh, I didn't actually say much about what that is. Then live show Skeptics with a K. I might go to that as soon as I've been a guest on their show. Yeah, on the main stage, Jenny Ratcliffe. It's been emotional how social engineers squash logic and hack your life. That's something I might go and see, actually. It looks interesting. Panel discussions, living and dying outside the lines. Helen Keane and Evie King are former stand-up comics who ended up in the restricted realms of loneliness and death. Oh dear. Yeah, loneliness and neurodivergence. That might be interesting. Freedom of information. How they stop you trying to find the truth. That's by Marianne Jones. Live show, Body of Evidence. Science communicator Jonathan Jarry. Yeah, Lewis. Okay. And there's Magic for Skeptics. That's on Sunday, right? Horror Everything, 2016 Forever. Dr. Joe on now. We'll discuss how horror fiction traditions are used in understanding contemporary conspiracy culture. That's found in creepypasta and you know what, 17th letter, etc. Beyond more about HIV, Dr. Shima Tariq Matthew, that's right. HIV, yeah. Magic for Skeptics, Professor Richard Wiseman. Sheep bollocks and why the fibs they tell you will ruin your sleep. Is that like counting sheep and things? Yeah. Okay, so that's a sort of overview of what we're going to go for. Obviously, I'll start off at the opening ceremony, which starts in what's the time now? I don't know. It'll be about 8:15. So that's the next thing I'll go. I'll sit here and enjoy the view until then. This is a piece of interesting artwork here. It looks like a still from a screenshot or a screenshot from Spotify, but let's have a look. It's called Soundwave artwork of the song Bittersweet Symphony by The Verve, a popular band from Wigan. I see. Interesting. And welcome to the this is the main hall, the main area, the main stage as they call it, and that's the Wi-Fi and things here. I've got camera envy again, and you can join a Discord, and there's like, oh right. And someone, when I came in, someone gave me this. I don't know what it is yet. Something to do with Facebook. I'll have to have a look at it later. Oh, I think it's postcards. I'll look at it later. But right now, we're just waiting for everything to start. I should point out that when I arrived at reception, something I forgot to mention earlier, I went to show them my receipt, and they said, "Oh, don't worry about that." They waved it away. Just telling me your name. It was all very informal. I just said, I gave my name, and they said, "Oh, here you are. Is it Jones?" "Oh, couldn't find it under Jones." This usual thing. JJJ. No, look under E for Emlyn Jones. Often happens, but a lot of trust here. It does seem to be a high trust community. And as one of the people I was with last night at the table in the bar, they joked and said, "Well, they had this debate about whether they should check people's ID and stuff like that." And they said, "Oh well, who's going to pretend to get into here? Who's going to turn up and fake their way into something like this? The only people who are going to be here are people who are interested anyway, and they'll have bought tickets." So, I see what they mean, although maybe they're not familiar with my little David Jones escapade, but that's the woo-woo scene, it's different, you know. Another good thing I like about this conference is they've arranged these chairs. These chairs are not built into the floor, they're movable, completely movable, as you can see. They've deliberately put lots of space between them, which is nice, especially for what you might call those without a small bottom like me. It's actually very helpful, so I avoid like pushing against somebody else. This was a big problem at Town London actually, because the chairs were all right up next to each other, and there was no break between the speakers, and it was like, and I remember being sort of like poked in a little bit, you know. So that's a good idea, this year. But I'm willing to bet these chairs won't stay in their neat rows for very long. Get started in a minute.
We hope that you make friends and explore challenging ideas in a fun, social and super supportive space. And we have guests here from all around the world, so let's get a quick...
Before, the only pieces of information they were able to receive were from their primary care doctor, from members in their family, maybe some friends, but now you can literally go on to any social media platform, find a PCOS support group, and you can learn from hundreds, if not thousands, of other women in the same situation as them, trying lots of different things.
Okay, so first speaker's over, Dr. Ids Mughal. Now we do have a short break, so it's different from Town London, where I said there were no breaks between the speakers. So now got to be back here by 10 past though, because it's Flint Dibble. Now I've got a choice at this point, because there's the panel discussion on conspiracy theories, from riots to rabbit holes to riots, which I'm tempted to go to is probably the most topical, shall we say. But I really want to see Flint Dibble. I mean, the whole, showing the woo flag at conspiracy, conspiracy skeptic events. I've done before, really. I've done that several times, so I'm going to stay here in the main room. I'm going to watch Dr. Flint Dibble. Another thing you get in this Skeptic is these stand-up tables. These very tall tables without chairs. They had that at the Metropole Hilton, where they had Town London as well. Oh guys, I've discovered the secret place where they watch us, you see. This is like the woo-woo Men in Black, you see. These are people on my side, my controllers, the people managing spies like me, look. That's in the balcony above the main stage, you see. There we are.
So yeah, I'm not alone. I'm on the stairs here. One thing that might amuse me, when I was a little kid, I was scared of steps with like gaps in between like this. There used to be when I was a little kid, there were lots of places, especially in the Netherlands where my mum's family lived, with like gaps between the steps, and I used to be frightened of those. I'm not anymore. I'm not scared of those types of steps anymore. But one thing I can't stand, right, are these stairwells. Look, I'll actually show you, but I don't want to look myself. Look. Why do they build them like that? It seems like a waste of space. There you go. I mean, they could put something in the middle there. You know, they could put the lift shaft in the middle. Oh, anyway, just don't look down, Ben. Don't look down. Okay, well, the bookstore's open. I'll show you in a minute. But I'm back here in the main stage now. I went upstairs to have a quick look at what's going on up there, and of course there's the conspiratorial panel, which I'm not going to. But Flint Dibble, Atlantis pseudoscience in the 21st century. Right. Well, nobody say I don't look at both sides of the story.
Just hopeful, like everybody else that gets cancelled, I get a really big contract. Because that's usually what happens. So, what I want to talk to you guys today about is Atlantis, really, because as an archaeologist with 25 years of experience, I'm here to say that I found it. This is an image that I and my wife made, really more yummy. And I want to know, what do you all think of this image? Did we use AI to make this image? Raise your hands if you think we used AI to make this image. Look closely. Books, and he tries to challenge archaeologists themselves. And what he believes is that there's an Ice Age civilization akin to Atlantis that spanned the globe and had advanced technology, and that the reason archaeologists can't find it is because it was destroyed. So therefore, there's nothing to find, it's lost. So the reality is how do you go from a lost Greek...
Okay, we've got like a choice of things now coming up, and there's this workshop about social class, and there's this perfect presentations where you learn how to do a good presentation, I suppose. There's the European Skeptics podcast that's up in the Fringe area. There's Sabine Hossenfelder. I think I'll watch Sabine actually in this room. She's coming up in this room, so that's what I'll be up to next in 10 minutes' time.
To do on a sunny Saturday morning than talk about quantum physics. So I was asked to give you an overview of what's going on in quantum technology, and I want to put ahead that this is a very opinionated summary, so I'll make no attempt to be subjective because I figured you didn't come to hear the governmentally approved opinion, so to speak. Quantum physics is a discovery of the last century in the year 2024, and it was big as apples. And so this looks to me like this, we just take the stuff that we've done in the laboratory, small quantum, digits and so on, and we just make them bigger. Okay, so I found a lovely comparison that I like to tell people about on Reddit, where...
Okay, yeah, Sabine has just been mobbed by her groupies there. This has just been the end of the morning session now. In the afternoon, it's a bit of I'm not sure what I'm going to do in the afternoon, because it's a bit of a conundrum. We've got quite a lot of choice, which I'm not sure. We've only got an hour for lunch to think it over, but I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to be doing after lunch. But for the first priority, let's get some lunch. I mean, I just fancy a cup of coffee, really. I'm not very hungry right now, but anyway, I was interesting. The stuff Sabine talks about was interesting. There's been good, interesting speakers actually for the morning. I can't honestly say I agreed with everyone, but then you expected that, didn't you? I'll go into my disagreements later this evening back at the hotel. This is the view we got here. It's quite something, and the window goes all the way down to the ground. It looks pretty hilarious actually, but it's actually not too bad. And I've got like here
Just got a cup. This all for £5. Cup of coffee, chicken sandwich, packet of crisps, all for £5, which is actually pretty good value. You can have a proper meal, although I'll have something more substantial later on. So far, so good. I've been enjoying it. Again, like despite being behind enemy lines, it's quite surprisingly. I feel surprisingly at home here. So that's good. It's happened again. I've got camera envy. There's old Flint. That's old Flint. It's got a Steadicam mount. Very good. Very nice. I like your Steadicam mount. Wish I had one of those. Want to swap? Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that's true. But I've got to record the great view here, isn't it? You can see down on the Piccadilly Gardens from here. Oh, well, I just sitting here just enjoying the view. I just had like a very interesting conversation where I kind of like I've kind of played the skeptic, I suppose. Well, I mean, you may think this is dishonest to me, but there's a chap sitting opposite me next to it. I'm sitting at the table where Flint and his wife were, but there was a guy sitting opposite, and he came up and he introduced himself to me. So people seem to do that a lot here, you know. They seem to just go up and say hello to people, strangers and stuff like that. It seems to be the normal thing to do. And I just said hello, and he says, "Oh, my name's Graham." He says, "You're Ben." "Oh, hello," because of course we've got these badges. And he just said, "Oh, so what brings you to QED?" Because I said, "Are you a regular?" And I said, "No, first timer." And he said, "What brings you here?" And I said, I'm interested in the kind of subjects discussed here because they're not discussed elsewhere." And we had a conversation where I talked about various things, flat Earth, etc., the scientific method, psychology and deception and things like that, about how you couldn't get thousands of people to collaborate on something like the moon landings. I didn't volunteer any information that indicated that I wasn't a skeptic. But at the same time, I didn't lie. So in a sense, I wasn't playing the skeptic. I didn't lie to him. If he'd come out and said, "Are you a believer?" I'd have said, "Yeah." I'd have said, "Yes, I am." I think I'd have told the truth. So, I mean, I don't owe anyone anything really more than just coming here listening politely, which I've done. I don't owe anyone, allegiance here. I'm not obliged to be a collaborator, and so I think I handle that quite well. He's a nice chap. He's a biologist. And he works for the government. And that brought us onto the subject of Freedom of Information Act. And I said, you get more FOIA requests about UFOs than any other subjects. And he said, yeah. And he said, well, not everything in the sky is. He said, well, people see things they don't understand in the sky. Doesn't mean it's aliens. And I said, yeah, that's right. I did say something interesting, though, that sort of was a hint, because he said, why would aliens fly millions of miles from distant planets, come down here, and just all they would do is poke a probe up someone's bum? And I said, well, that's at the risk of anthropomorphizing, I suppose if I got on a spaceship and flew that far away, I wouldn't do that. But who knows how these things think if they exist? And he kind of nodded. He said, yeah. So maybe a little bit of reverse conversion there. You never know. It was an interesting discussion anyway. That went quite quickly actually. I can't believe it's actually only about 20 to 1. So I'm only about halfway through the lunch break now. So I don't know what I'm going to do for the rest of the lunch break. I've been thinking maybe going to the Incredulous broadcast. I've been looking at various things because it was kind of a bit of a toss-up between the hang on a sec, let's put this down for a second. I was tempted on the freedom of information. That's what Graham's going to go and see, because he's a government scientist, of course. Do robots dream of ethical sheep? AI, I think I'm sort of been a bit AI. I think we've all been a bit AI'd up to the eyeballs. I mean, AI I think is an overrated subject, so I think I might give that a miss. Agnes Arnold Foster is doing a lecture about nostalgia, which looks interesting. But I think I might go to the Incredulous broadcast. That's the live podcast. That's the live broadcast. The live radio show. It's got Marsh and Hayley Stevens and a couple of other people. It's apparently like they are videoing everything. So anything I miss. Anything that I miss, I don't get to see live. I will be able to see the video. So what I might do is watch the video instead. I can get 4G on my mobile quite well at my hotel, so I might just review the talks that I miss. It depends actually how quickly they upload them, because I think they're live streaming them, but they may not be available to everyone straight away. But if they are, I will review the talks I missed live. But some of them anyway. I might see all of them. But, yeah. So that's going to sort of like. I'm not going to look at the bookstall next, I think. Publishing store, recovering from religion, the God virus.
You're looking at that.
That's all right. Sex and God. That's a great title.
Am I in a special class?
Doubt your beliefs you want to learn. That's funny. I was just talking to Graham about that. But that's got to be the greatest title I've ever seen of any soap opera.
Like, loves it. The guy who made it is now making a very, very successful show about a hockey player. Like that's
Doppelgangers.
It's one of those where I feel like
some of these books I recognise because
what this guy's making.
they were at the London 14 Society.
I want to be like that. Remember that?
Go to the future. Oh, Steve Novella, he does the funding. The history of bollocks theories and how not to fall for them. Conspiracy. That's a good one.
It's unquestionable.
Nostalgia. Nice book cover. It's not as good as the old editions though.
For like 13 seasons. In the middle, I was like, oh, it's not as good as the
Oh, Richard Wiseman's got that. That's his older book.
Not TV show, like, it's one of those where, they released what they had, and it felt, when it finished, it was like the most heartfelt, satisfying, and it's often, with these shows.
These look good.
Right, like famously so.
Thanks.
They really, and if they can end something good, there's a good outcome maybe. Anyway, yeah, silly side thing, I just wanted to bring it up.
And there's, of course, Frenchie's book.
If we're talking about how many books there are, TV shows, over 500 a year. Really? Oh, hell. And I think that's the secret. Yeah. With TV shows.
That's a good title, yes. Pardon me, sorry. Let me get shot of that. Ashes to Admin. Tales from the caseload of the council funeral officer. Okay, that's a good one. Robin's. Mr. Bean's book. This is the quiet room. I don't think anyone will mind me talking because I'm the only one in here right now. But it's all part. I showed you on the map earlier. There is like a quiet room for people who just want to come in here and get away from the hustle and bustle. That could be for people with social anxiety. And if anyone else was in here, I wouldn't be filming and I wouldn't be speaking. I'd just come in here and sit quietly, lie on these cushions or sit in a deck chair, things like that. It's I mean, this is clearly a conference designed for people of a sensitive nature, because probably a lot of people like that may take an interest in the skeptic movement. So people who do feel uncomfortable around large crowds, this is the sort of place that would suit Slaxer probably, because he's like that. So yeah, it reminds me of the sanctuaries, like the meditation rooms they had at the Findorn community. So there's no one else in here, so I have to wander around and then decide where I'm going to go. I have to work out where it is first. The workshops, I think it's either the panel room or the workshops, I'm not sure.
I'm going next. I've got to go to the first floor. It's actually in a different room. It's in what's called a live show room. So I'm now on this is the third floor. No, the fourth floor. I've got to go to the first floor. So it's spread out over 3 floors. At the first, third and fourth, so nothing on the second. So I've got to go down to the third. They've asked us not to use the lifts, just because there's several people with wheelchairs and walking difficulties, so it's fair enough, I think. This is the third floor, so go down to the second. This is the second floor. This is where I was earlier. I was sitting in there, remember? And now down to the first. Yeah. It's like an Escher painting, isn't it? It's like an Escher drawing. Well, there's quite a long queue for this event. I could end up going to the nostalgia one after all. It depends if I get in, because I'm right at the back of the queue. So, I also know if I want to come to another Live Skeptic, I've got to get there early because I'm already 10 minutes early. Now this has got to be one of my favourite T-shirts.
There's a chap wandering about with a pipe.
Very good. Guys, I'm here. I'm in. So the orange dot worked. They give everyone these orange dots, you see, and I think that was to count the number of people who were waiting. If you've got an orange dot, it means you've got a seat in here, so yeah, that's my next. There's more people coming in.
Do you know where I can get some?
Well, assuming you can wait till December.
I could probably wait.
Perhaps you could pick over the literally everything owned by American conspiracy monger Alex Jones.
Right, well, I'm outside the workshop sessions room. There's this one, see this one, Magic for Skeptics, Professor Richard Wiseman. Unfortunately, it's full up. They only have 40 seats in there, so I'm sort of hanging around. I'm hanging around outside the door to see if someone leaves. If they do, I'll take their place. It's a bit like remember when I got that coach to Area 51 when we were at Stairway to the Stars, yeah. It's a bit like that, only it hasn't worked this time. But you never know. And what I'll do is Chris Fringe is in there next. So I'm going to start queuing now to see Chris Fringe because I got up here, like the queue's all the way to that window when I arrived. And as soon as I saw it, I know half the people wouldn't get in. It's full, I'm afraid. What is that? Yeah, it's full up. As soon as I saw the queue, I thought, I'm not going to get in now. And they just say that the workshop suite actually has limited places. So I'm going to start queuing now because Chris Fringe is up next. So literally I've got a queue for this entire session. But someone might leave as well. If someone leaves, I can get in their place. So I might see some of Wiseman. As it is, the talk is actually repeated tomorrow anyway. So I'll go to that one instead. If not, I'm in the workshop now. Chris Fringe is going to appear very soon, I'm sure. Oh well, that was Chris Fringe. I saw him in there. It was very interesting. Obviously, I'll say more later about what actually happened. And we now got Richard Wiseman. This is the last event of the day before the frolics of the evening, and so I'll find a good seat. You get 3 glasses of water here, which is nice. So that's good. Oops. These things wouldn't stay straight for long. There we go. I'll put them back straight. Try and get nearer the front. There we go. That's the official photographer there. I just remembered there's someone I haven't seen here. Someone notable by his absence. That's Tristan Swale. And I'm quite glad about that actually, because well, I've talked about him before. I'd stay out of his way if he was here, but I haven't seen him for years. I don't think he's on the skeptic scene or the Fortean scene anymore.
On the end here. Hello, do you mind helping out? That's right, you can stay where you are. It's okay. Fundamentally, this is all about me. That's right. I didn't catch your name. You're Ivor. I haven't emailed you. I haven't texted you. No, we didn't talk about this beforehand. No, that's the wrong Ivor. Ivor, what's going to happen is you're going to name any playing card at all. So it could be a red card, it could be a black card. Hopefully you have a card in mind. Is it a red or a black card? Red. Okay, is it a heart or is it a diamond? Heart. And is it a number card? What's the number? 5. The 5 of hearts. Seriously. That is amazing. So I did magic for a while, and now
Okay, I just come out of the venue. It's about, I don't know, 5 o'clock or so. Well, the last speaker was Richard Wiseman, who, I mean, whatever his opinions are, he's incredibly entertaining. He's absolutely hilarious, and so I'm going to see if I can get some food somewhere. See if I could maybe find out I don't know if I'll have Weatherspoons again, but I'll have something, and then head back. I might head off to the Don Taco's Mexican Grill. I might just go in and see that, and then head off to the back to Ashbury's and the hotel. Okay, well I'm there, but look what I've seen. So no, cash only for me. Cash is king. I'm coming to this place called Chopsticks, which is a nice little Chinese place. You get nice Chinese food and drink. I must say, you know, it's cashless, but then it seems Manchester has to be the most cashless place I've ever been in. Everywhere's cashless. I mean, well, apart from Weatherspoons, everywhere else I've been is cashless. I haven't tried everywhere, obviously, but everywhere so far that I've been, apart from Weatherspoons, is cashless, and I didn't want to go back to Spoons again. It's very crowded in Spoons as well. So I'd have to do. Oh, we've got a piano player here. He's very playing Champions by Queen. One thing that's really annoying about this station, right? These boards above the platforms, they're just basically repeats of the general departure board. There's no special board for each platform telling you where each train is going. I just asked this guy at the end, and he said, look at that board, it'll tell you where we stop. And I'm like, what? Where is it? Anyway. That's a nice shot, I think. Manchester at dusk. There's the city. Very nice. Well, here I am, ladies and gentlemen, back in my hotel room with my Keir Starmer behind me. This is from Alexi Sale, remember? A piece of hotel art made man. And I'm going to review the speakers from today, the first day. I'm back in my hotel. I'm feeling a little bit drained, actually. I think it is an effort, actually, it's not... Well, maybe I'll say more at the end about my feelings, but I'm feeling a bit of energy drain, actually, being in that environment. But anyway, Sean Daxey was the MC who came on, and then there was a guy called Mitch Ben who sung that really funny song. First speaker, Dr. Ids Mughal, first speaker, and he talked about the benefits of the online health community, and how everything is online these days. Even, you know, glasses, some pairs of glasses and watches and everything are online, and we have what we call information paradox, and this is what I've noticed as well. This is what I mean when I say getting to the truth is like trying to drink out of a fire hose. There's just so much information out there, and so it's not a lack of information, it's an abundance. That's the problem now. He calls it the information paradox, and he says that people are more likely to take advice from online communities now than their GP, and he said there's a massive lack of trust in the medical profession. He says this has led to things like what he calls vaccine hesitancy, and this has caused things like a mumps outbreak. lately. There was like a guy with mumps. This was a disease that had been conquered apparently by medicine, and it's made a resurgence because so few people are having the MMR vaccine. Now, I can't say, I want this video to be on YouTube, so I can't say too much, but I don't agree that people who feel that way are necessarily doing anything wrong. I know that the concept behind vaccination, the idea that you can give yourself a small harmless dose of something to make you immune to it, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just the things I talk about in my zombie videos, which most of which have now been banned from YouTube. The American War College, and it's an article about what vaccines could be used for. Steve Jobs, you mentioned Steve Jobs. Now, Steve Jobs, very famously, when he got cancer, he took alternative therapies first for about a year, and they didn't work. So then he asked to have this surgery, and Dr. Mughal thinks, well, if only he'd had the surgery first, he might be alive today. Well, I don't know about that. Again, can't say too much. And he says there's widespread mistrust in the medical profession. And he laments about a lot of things, about the fact that people are not taking treatments. You know, 100 years ago there was these diseases everywhere. You know, if you were diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in like 1905, you know, you were given 5 years to live. Now people usually live till their 60s if they have type 1 diabetes. There's all kinds of other examples of diseases that have been cured, they've been conquered, they've been dealt with, their treatments are effective, and Dr. Mughal says, but people are turning away from them now, and they don't trust them. Well, again, I can't say too much because I want this to be on YouTube, but we are dealing, I mean, look at I can only speak from my own perspective. We are talking about an institution of which I was a part. I served loyally, I served my patients with loyalty, with care, with compassion. I gave a lot of healing to a lot of people, and the institution kicked me out without a second thought for a trumped up reason. And when I protested my innocence, no one came to my aid. Obviously I had my shop stewards, but nobody inside that system stood up for me. After 23 years of dedicated service, nobody stood up for me. And now I'm supposed, according to it's Mughal, I'm supposed to put my life in the hands of that institution, and he actually expects me to agree. Once bitten, twice shy. And he talks about he shows a series of videos about, you know, alternative health advisors. Talks about genetically modified foods, about inflammatory things, and he talks about the best food, and says nuts are the best food. And he says, and this person, well, he said that nuts are very good for you, Dr. Mughal, but he said that a lot of these online health pundits actually say things like nuts are the best, they're the best food of all, and they are good in some way, but they're not necessarily the best, and maybe that's true. There was a guy saying, I thought that eating lots of meat would make me fart, and now I don't fart anymore. That was quite funny, I thought. And he said that there's selective reporting and misattributions of causes in a lot of these articles. Quick fix solutions. You know, I mean, we've all seen things like, and he's right about this, we've seen things like, I took this supplement and I lost 20 pounds in 15 days and things like that. Of course, there's no quick fix solution to things like obesity. You know, you have to change your lifestyle for that, and there's, you know, a lot of people go on diets and they think, okay, I'll go on a diet for 6 months and I've got my target weight to reach, and when I reach that weight, I'll stop my diet and I'll go back to normal. And they'll say things like, well, that's okay, because I'll go to my normal diet, and maybe in a couple of years when I've gained the weight, I'll go on a diet again. This is what keeps the diet industry going, by the way. I think the diet industry is a complete sham. And there's a segment in Evansland where I remember there's a scene where I introduced kind of diet conspiracy theory, but dieting is this. It's obviously it's an industry. You know, lose weight quick, eat this, eat that, eat Huel and Slim Fast and the Cambridge diet and things like that, and you'll see the weight come off. And then you can finish it. When you do it for a couple of months, then go back to your old lifestyle. In a few years, when you put the weight back on, just use our product again. The thing is, it doesn't take a few years. If you're dieting and then you stop, as I will when I've stopped my detox. I mean, I've lost a lot of weight in the last couple of months. It's not my intention to lose weight. As I explained before, my detox is a spiritual matter, but I've lost, I haven't weighed myself, but by the look of myself, I've lost several stone, I think, in the last couple of months. But when I finish my detox, I'll just go back to what I did before, probably. And when you go back to your previous diet, after a diet, you know, it doesn't take years for you to put the weight on. It could take days before you start visibly filling out again. So he's right about that. He's got a point about that, I must say. He says alternative ideas undermine trust in healthcare, in the healthcare industry. Well, as again, they sacked me. It's not these. I don't read alternative diet and alternative health books. I don't watch these videos saying, "Ooh, this will cure inflammatory bowels, and this will cure your nail fungus," and this. But this idea that all these little fads and things like that. I don't watch those things. I don't read those things. I don't purchase any of those products. You know, I'm not interested in the rub this into your scalp and grow your hair again. I think it's it's way beyond that for me. Or what's another popular one is it's sleep. Yeah, sleep, Joe. You eat these herbal tablets and you'll sleep really well. My mistrust of the medical industry comes from my experience of it on the inside and what they did to me. The fact that they threw me away without a second thought. When I was one of the few people in there who ever did any good. Natural foods. There's something called the appeal to nature fallacy. Now I can't say too much on YouTube, but he says, yeah, there were bad natural things, poisons. There are good natural things too, like sugar substitutes. Well, I won't say too much about those, but I mean there are then vegetable oil, which is I think natural fats are better for you, or animal fats. I would eat animal fats from what I've seen, before various products that come out of factories and things like that. That's my opinion anyway. But again, I can't say too much on YouTube. Lemon water detox. Now, I'm detoxing, but I'm doing it for a spiritual matter. Well, lemon water will boost your, lemon is vitamin C and it'll hydrate you, but that's about all, according to him. But he thinks the word detox is a bit of a red flag. This guy Mughal, he sounds a bit like Ben Goldacre, if you remember him. All right. So he is just another kind of Ben Goldacre, I think. That's this guy. He may be right about some things, but I disagree with him on others, and I don't think there's many videos I have left on YouTube that go into more details on that, because YouTube won't let you. They won't let you talk about it anymore. No, Dr. Flint Dibble was next. Now, you may be familiar with him because he did his famous debate with Graham Hancock on Joe Rogan show. He claims he won that. I don't think he did, but there you go. I think I beat Bowler Hat Man in my debate with him, but other people don't agree. But anyway, apparently, this is what he says. He says Rogan and Hancock are trying to get him sacked at the moment. They're trying to get him cancelled. Now, I don't know about this. I don't know how much of this is flannel. But he said that they've apparently written to his university and things like this. I mean, I don't know. It's probably not them, actually. It's probably someone pretending to be them. Because, of course, as soon as this debate broke out on Twitter, on YouTube, this debate between these two guys, along comes the trolls, and they will impersonate people, and they will do things like that. And it suits... And if Flint wants to play the victim, this suits him very well. There are trolls pretending to be Joe Rogan and Graham Hancock trying to get him sacked. In fact, when he had cancer last year, poor old Flint, and I don't wish that on anyone. I'm glad he's better. I'm sure Graham does too. But one of Graham's fans wrote to him and said he'd faked the cancer. He'd said he didn't really have cancer. He just faked it. He pretended he did to get out of the debate with Graham, and because Graham and he'd agreed to do a debate with Joe Rogan, like sometime last year. Then Flint came down with cancer and had to be treated, and so now and then someone said, "Oh, you're just putting that on Flint to get out of the debate." But it's not true. It's not true, I'm sure. And I wish him all the best. I wish him all the best, Flint. Despite the fact I think I don't agree with him. But he mentions Atlantis. Atlantis is many, many things. It's an allegory, a political allegory, which I think is what Plato, you see, Plato, who first wrote about it, he did write political allegories, and he thinks this may be, Atlantis was kind of a sequel to the Republic. It wasn't it was actually a kind of fiction, but it was a satire of Athens, the society in which Plato lived. So it could be an allegory of a Greek city-state. It's often referred to, I mean, in the story, Atlantis goes to war against Athens, which should be impossible because Athens didn't exist until about 8,000 years after Atlantis fell. So work it out. It's a lost civilization. This goes back to people like there's Francis Bacon wrote a book about Atlantis long ago in the 16th century. Ignatius Donnelly in the 19th century brought it up, and again, Flint to his discredit does this guilt shaming thing where he says it's an insult to the colonial, you know, it's colonial shame, it's guilt tripping, you know, white privilege and stuff like this, because it's taking away, it's demeaning the indigenous people of the Americas, because of course when Columbus arrived and the early explorers arrived in the Americas, they found people whom they nicknamed the Indians, and they're still called that today by people who reject political correctness, including the Indians themselves. And they were living as subsistence farmers and hunter-gatherers. Yet, of course, if you watch Ancient Apocalypse, you'll see things like the Serpent Mound and various pyramids and things like that, which are obviously built by very sophisticated cultures who knew about astronomy and stuff like that. Belief in pseudo-archaeology, as he calls it, is becoming more popular, and it concerns it because he thinks it's the rise of white supremacy. And Flint is very, very careful. He says, I'm not saying that everyone who supports Graham Hancock is a white supremacist, but... There's always a but, isn't there? And, you know, I'm not saying Graham was a racist, but... I mean, see, Graham Hancock was accused of racism. He's just done a video about it. Yeah, it's becoming more popular, and... he says Graham Hancock deserves this. He calls archaeologists arrogant and trying to smear him, and it's unfair because archaeologists he says, I've spent 25 years as an archaeologist, and Graham calls me arrogant because I know about these things. But the thing is, I'm Flint's not one of the worst, but I mean, he says that archaeologists are trying to censor him, and he says, no, archaeologists ignoring Graham. Well, how come he got cancelled by TEDx? Do you remember the TEDx gate? When he got his video taken down, I did my own video about that. And he said, where we go? Yeah. He says there's lots of evidence for Ice Age humans, but in terms of a lot of flint tools and things like that, and bone tools and wooden stuff and stones and stuff like that. No. I can't read my own writing. Oh, right. No international food transport. This is one of Flint's ideas, that people were eating different things in different parts of the world in those days, so they weren't transporting their food to other countries, which indicates there wasn't global travel. I mean, that doesn't necessarily follow. As I said, Graham did a debate with Joe Rogan, and I think Graham held his own pretty well. I know I'm on Graham's side in this, but still, he did. And Flint also says that ice cores has a good record of what was in the atmosphere over the years. For example, there's like a big band like 200 years ago in the ice cores of Greenland that shows there was the Industrial Revolution, because you have certain chemicals being released. And there's a line about 40 years ago for Chernobyl. There's radiation. There's all kinds of other lines at various points. There's no line in the ice core record for any kind of Industrial Revolution earlier, like in the Ice Age. Again, we don't know if these people had an industrial revolution. This ancient civilization had an industrial revolution in the way we describe it. In other words, burning lots of fossil fuels and smelting metals. We don't know that. They might have had some other way of doing this. What's it? And he said that Graham Hancock says that ancient archaeologists are not interested in anything underwater except shipwrecks. But that's not true. They do look at other things on the seabed as well, though. They're interested in the Doggerland, for example. I mean, that's not something Flint said, but it's true they have searched the seabed of the North Sea for artefacts that led to when the North Sea was above the water, and it was Doggerland. In Ancient Apocalypse, I mean, Graham Hancock talks a lot about the land that was submerged at the end of the Ice Age.
in Southeast Asia, a lot of the area around Indonesia and Malaysia was a big, massive, there was over 1 million square miles that was lost to the ocean. An area that he calls Sunderland, not to be confused with the city in the northeast of England. This is Sunda with an A. Sunderland was had more than twice. It had a lot of flat, low-lying land, arable land. There would maybe, Graham thinks there's legends of lost cities and things there. And so what happened was, Graham has always said that he would challenge any archaeologist to debate with him, but none of them debated him. They just slagged him off like Ken Feder. Ken Feder was just like appeared on that BBC Horizon programme, which was called Atlantis. There was Atlantis Uncovered and Atlantis Unveiled. I can't remember their titles. They were awful, awful skeptopathic propaganda. Graham made the mistake of being interviewed for them, which is a mistake he only made once, I'm pleased to say. I wouldn't have anything to do with it. I mean, if you can learn from your mistakes, as Graham has, that's good. But if you can learn from other people's mistakes, it's even better. So when I was asked to be on the BBC on one of their documentaries, I declined. When I saw the bloody thing, I was very glad. It was awful, the programme. So what happened was Joe Rogan got together with Graham, and Flint Dibble wrote to them and said, "Look, I'll take up your challenge and debate Graham." And so Graham and Joe said, "Yes, if you actually look at the debate they had together, not only I think did Graham hold his own perfectly well, I think Graham answered all the points that Flint did, despite the Flint claiming victory, but it was not vitriolic. It was much more friendly than Graham's first debate with Michael Shermer, which, of course, as you know, has led to the start of a beautiful friendship, if you remember. Watch my skeptic videos, by the way, worth seeing. And Flint did a lot of research before the debate. He said he called it pre-bunking as opposed to debunking, which he says pre-bunking is just a name for education, he said. So he did a lot of research, and when he was saying his piece on Joe Rogan, he insisted on being the first one to speak, and Graham agreed. Pre-bunking is a word rather like Ashton Forbes is. Ashton Forbes has the word rebunk, which means debunking the debunkers, basically. It's rebunking. I like that. And then there's this silly thing where Flint has put together this compilation of Graham Hancock on the debate, and it just shows Graham changing his glasses. He'd take off one pair and put on another, and you see it like over and over again. And Flint says, "Graham Hancock changed his glasses 15 times," and he was just sitting there, and it makes it look like Graham's bumbling and losing the debate, doesn't know what to say, which is not true. If you watch the debate, you'll see. And what the truth of the matter is, Graham simply uses a different pair of glasses for when he's reading something on paper and when he's reading something off a computer screen. He has his laptop in front of him with a monitor, and he has something lying down. He has to change his glasses. I mean, I've got two pairs of glasses. I've got distant lenses and reading lenses. And for reading on paper, if I'm reading something on paper, I'm better off with just my naked eyes. But I thought that was a childish, silly thing that Flint did there. It really was. Flint says he's had emails from lots of former fans of Graham Hancock that he's converted. And Flint says, don't attack his believers, always punch up. Punching up is like a left-wing wokey phrase, Don't punch down, punch up. So if you're a white person, you can be punched up by a black person, and it's okay because there's a different code of conduct because of white privilege. And women can abuse men because of male privilege. But if it's the other way round, it's much worse, That's where two-tier policing comes from. But then he also says, don't give them the floor. Act deliberately, not emotionally. Now, don't give them... And what? Define context and not facts. See, I don't have a problem with some of the things, but when he says don't give them the floor, that sounds a bit like censorship to me. That sounds like an act of censorship. And he calls the best... he has the term edutainment. Edutainment is a word I've heard before. And he's having a get-together called Real Archaeology on the 25th and 27th of this month. Ken Feder is going to be in it. Ken Feder was in that bloody awful BBC Horizon programme. Oh, that was awful. That was terrible.
if I was being, Graham Hancock's got a whole tab on his website saying BBC Horizon scandal because he sued them after the event. He didn't get anywhere. Well, he won on one count, but he lost all the others. But he should never have had anything to do with it, and I don't think he will again. He won't make that mistake again. What's this? Convention to other woos. Oh, what's this? To other. Oh, I can't read my own notes. Oh, it's all dark, that's the thing. Oh, he says people who believe in pseudo-archaeology often believe in other things as well. Yes, that's right. Like UFOs and ghosts and climate change denial and things like this. So, well, I'm a living example that that's true, isn't it? So, yeah, maybe that's true. It's what Michael Barkin, the skeptic writer, called the cultic milieu. That may be true, but it's... Yeah, that may be true that that's the case, that, you know, one alternative belief leads to another. It doesn't mean those beliefs are false. And then there was a Q&A. Someone asked if there was a connection between Atlantis and young Earth creationists, and he said no, but some Christians are involved in it. Someone asked how to deprogram family and friends. So if you're a skeptic and you've got a spouse or a father or mother or child or sister or brother, friends, colleagues who believe in pseudo-archaeology, how do you deprogram them? How do you pull them out of the rabbit hole? How do you get them to do a Brent Lee and like turn the other way? Yeah. So I mean, this is always a big question that they always ask. And well, Mick West, I mean, I'm not going to give advice on that, so to speak, because, you know, for me it's the other way around. But I mean, generally speaking, if someone has a strange belief you think is wrong or harmful, as some of my family do, my dad in particular has beliefs I consider harmful to him, you maintain that relationship. Mick West says this, you know, maintain the relationship, don't insult or abuse, be patient, be calm, be rational, be respectful, and that's what I try to do with my dad. As Phil Plate put it, don't be a dick. It's true. Whichever side of the debate you're on, that's actually true. Someone asked if the Santorini explosion and the destruction of the Minoan civilization actually was Atlantis. Flint doesn't think so. He thinks there's not enough, because he said Plato apparently never heard of, would never, the existence of Crete, the Minoan civilization on Crete, was not widely known in Atlantis at the time Plato was alive. What Flint thinks is that Plato was inspired by the destruction of Helicae. Now, this was an island city-state that was destroyed by an earthquake and tsunami during Plato's lifetime. That's what he thinks. Anyway, up next was Sabine Hosenwelle. We have ways of making you believe in quantum physics. And he says, quantum is a buzzword. And you get like quantum healing, and there's quantum posting, and a lot of brand names have the word quantum in them, you know. Quantum pizza delivery, things like that. And she says 100 years ago it was X-ray. There was like X-ray boot polish and X-ray delivery. It's like a buzzword. It didn't really mean anything, and that's true. And she talks a lot about quantum computing. Now, this is what the late great Kev Baker used to be very interested in. And she says it's not what it's hyped up to be, because right now there's people calling it a bigger invention than fire. It's basically a quantum computer. If it exists, we know theoretically it will be something with almost infinite processing power, because it will exist basically in parallel universes. It will be doing calculations in parallel universes, and there's an infinite number of those, or at least a huge number. And so she thinks there's a lot of people investing in it at the moment. Billions are being invested in quantum computing, and she thinks it's a big bubble. It's going to burst. I mean, I'm familiar with this because one of the centres for quantum computing development is actually Oxford. It's the science area of Oxford University, where I was a couple of days ago, harassing the trying to make contact with the Breakthrough Listen people in the Oxford Department of Physics. However, I have a feeling that aliens will be contacting them before they contact me. I haven't had any calls from them anyway. But she says it's all to do with superposition, entanglement, all these popular things that in quantum physics that make the woo-woos go nuts, which she doesn't approve of. And she says, there's something called Q Day, where they say if quantum computers ever come about, then there'll be no online encryption anymore. Nothing will be safe. No database will be safe online, because every password and every encryption can be broken by quantum computers. This is funny enough. It was Ashton Forbes who first brought this up, because he remember when someone sent him that file which had pictures and information about MH370 and Diego Garcia, and he was going nuts trying to find the password. And then he finally does it. He goes, "Whoa, Yahtzee, holy shit!" And then he goes, "Oh, have I been scammed? Have I been scammed?" And of course, everyone's cut that clip, and they're like, all the gloaters, you know, all the backslappers and the skeptics and the trolls are gloating over it because they fooled Ashton, which I think is extremely childish and cruel. I like Ashton. I think he's a good guy. But that's an incredibly juvenile trick to play. But basically, Ashton was saying he was looking into breaking through passwords, and he said basically if you have a really strong password, the chances of it being broken are actually very small. I mean, unless the password database itself is compromised in some way and someone steals your password. Actually hard breaking a password is very difficult, because you've got to put in every single combination in existence. Say it's a 16-figure digit password with 16 random letters, numbers and figures. If you do it continuously, and most databases won't let you do more than about 5 in a minute, it would literally take you so long to break that password by simply random chance that the universe won't live that long. You're talking trillions of years it would take. But a quantum computer could do that in hours, a couple of hours. That's what he's saying. But Sabine thinks it's not going to be a big deal. She thinks it's not really the big thing it is. And of course, like with the Millennium Bug, and she didn't mention this, but I thought of it, because I remember the Millennium Bug, because I was in my hospital. They made me wheel all the anaesthetic machines and ventilators and things out of the ITU and theatres and put them into storage. We had to lock them up because they're worth like £1 million each, and someone could steal them. So we had to lock them up. Had to get security to guard them. And we had to get out the old manual mechanical anaesthetic machines and things, and we had to put them in there during the period of the millennium. That's all right. It was boku overtime for us, but when the millennium was over, nothing happened. We just wheeled everything back again. But of course, the software manufacturers made a fortune, didn't they, selling all their latest products? Now, of course, this is the same. I mean, there's now a whole industry of people, preparing for Q Day. We're inventing new security databases and we're inventing new secure databases and new security software, which can beat the quantum threat. And of course, if that's the real bubble, that's the real investment. That's not a bubble. I mean, that is a real growth industry there, but it's based on a threat that Sabine doesn't exist. Of course, for the manufacturer, it doesn't mind as long as people think it exists. They'll buy the product to protect them from it. And she compares it to what she calls a soup tube, because she had an email from someone who just split up with her boyfriend because he had this crazy business plan. Right, he'd create a central soup kitchen which dispensed soup by a pipe, but he said don't use the word pipe because it doesn't sound very good. Use the word tube, and he called it soup tube. So it'd be like hot water, except you had hot soup. And you subscribe to the central cooking pot, and then soup is basically dispensed different flavours. Here's oxtail through this tap, and there's like creamed tomato in this tap, and then there's cockaliki from this tap. Yeah. So that was quite interesting. And Sabine, as I said, she's the thinking man's Deirdre Barlow, bane of Michael Shrimpton, standing on stage with that little glint in her eye that says, "I want to invade Poland." But she's interesting. I find her an interesting lady. Her YouTube channel is interesting. I think she's quite stylish. I don't fancy her, and I thought I did for like 5 minutes, but I actually don't fancy her. I guess I'm not a thinking man, or I don't fancy Deirdre Barlow. I don't know. Then, Then of course there was that incident where I had to queue outside for 3/4 of an hour to get into the workshop with Chris French. And he's mellowed a bit, old French. He says evidence might come about that will change my mind. And he asks, have any of you ever tested anything psychic? And I put my hand up because I have. Years and years ago when I was a kid, I read the Usborne Book of UFOs. And if you're watching this video, you've probably read that book. You get it as a PDF now. It's like a classic piece of children's literature, published in 1977. Still one of the best introductions to ufology for young readers that there is. And they have they give you advice on doing an experiment. You can build your own cardboard pyramid, and because he was talking about pyramid power, you know, about the ancient aliens and about how the pyramids preserve things like mummies. And he said there was this fad for pyramids that they could preserve things, and people would put razor blades under them, and then the razor blade would come out sharp again. Never buy a razor blade again. Just get your pyramid. And so I followed this experiment in this book, and I tried it with a piece of bacon and was it no, I didn't use it. It wasn't a bacon. What was it? It was a slice of satsuma and an orange and a piece of banana, and of course then I used a shoebox for control, and they didn't work. They both decomposed, but it was worth a try. It was worth a try. This guy talked about the £1,000 challenge because it was like a workshop. So it was like it was about a round table. Apparently CFI, that's Centre for Inquiry, that's Richard Dawkins' organisation, they're now offering a £500,000 challenge because Randy's prize is gone. Nobody ever claimed it. No one ever even passed the preliminary test. Although in my Skeptic video I talk about George Simpson and his lawsuit? Yeah. There's for example, I mean, Chris has done a lot of testing of dowsing, and he talks about the ideomotor effect, which is where you subconsciously move things without knowing you're doing it because of subconscious thoughts in your brain. And this is believed to be, by skeptics, to be where Ouija boards, the idea of Ouija boards come from. He worked with Simon Singh to test on mediums, and he worked with a couple of mediums by putting the sitters behind a screen and making them wear masks and black clothing, black gowns and things like that. And he mentions cold reading to eliminate cold reading. You know, you see, go up to someone who's sort of old and you say to them, "Do you have parents in spirit?" And of course, if they're old, their parents likely to be in spirit, that sort of thing. Richard Wiseman, and I'll say more about Richard Wiseman in a minute. But the idea came up of the secret insider. Now, of course, we woo-woos are always criticised for this, aren't we? We're always criticised. People say, well, you always claim you have your secret insider, don't you? You know, and Stephen Canby, oh, it's the sources from the secret insider. You can't tell us who it is, and they can't prevent any evidence, but you know someone inside the UFO program. But you see, Richard Wiseman has a secret insider. He says he knows someone who we will not name, who's a fake medium and is practising regularly at spiritualist churches, making £45 an evening, doing readings, and he's a complete fraud. And Wiseman won't name this person and shame them. So skeptics have their secret insiders too. And M. Lamar Keane was another one. M. Lamar Keane, there's no proof that M. Lamar Keane was ever real. I'll have to pause in a minute to charge the camera, but yeah. And there's Sally Morgan. Now, I've talked about Sally Morgan, about the whole lawsuit. Everyone accused her of pulling a Peter Popoff trick, which, as I've said, was again repeated without evidence. They could have gone in with a radio scanner like they did with Peter Popoff. Caught her in the act, but they wouldn't do it. They just decided, well, I've intuited it and I've Occam's razored it, and so I believe that she's using an earpiece, so I'm going to publish it in the Daily Mail. And she sued them and won. Good. And he mentions David Mandel, the man who paints the future. By the way, if anyone could find the entire documentary of the man who paints the future, please let me know, because it's so good. And there's only a couple of little clips online. That's the man, he painted pictures of his dreams, which look like things like 9/11 and the Concorde crash in France. Gary Schwartz, the one who all the skeptics can't stand him, because he's an open-minded scientist who believes in woo-woo stuff. He's been working with a guy who does dream diaries. His dreams are very, very difficult for the reasons I said in ASAP, with my ASAP report. Dream predictions are difficult because it's the closeness. It's not just, I dreamed of a pub blowing up. Thousands of people every night will probably dream about that. But if you name the pub, and it's got an unusual name, like in the case of the London nail bomber, the Admiral Duncan pub. How many pubs are called Admiral Duncan? See what I mean? So the guy who predicted that through a dream is very, very different. Chris Robinson is his name. They did a trick by getting him to dream. They took him to different locations, randomised. There were 6 different locations. This was a test that was done on Uri Geller by Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ in the early 70s. There's something called hypnotic regression for seeing the past lives and things, and past parts of your own life. But there's hypnotic progression. Apparently, some people are hypnotising and see the future. There's people who can see with a blindfold, although Chris says, well, the blindfold might not be put on properly. There's this guy who's a baby psychic, who, babies apparently he can read babies' minds, and they tell him all sorts of things. Chris talked about the TV series he was in. This is the one he did with Mia, the medium, and the one he did with Ross Hemsworth. And Ross Hemsworth, of course, was the guy who... And he said, Chris was complaining, he said, well, we discovered that this ghostly noise was actually an automatic air freshener, the ones that stick on the wall and go psst every few minutes and blur things out that smell nice. But the editors left that out of the programme. And I thought, that's actually true. They do that sort of thing. And you know why? Because these ghost programmes, they have to deliver. This is why certain ghost hunting programs, regularly fake things, because it doesn't have to be real. It just has to be watchable. They want people to watch it because it's usually on the commercial channels, and they want ad revenue, don't they? Daryl Bem. He mentions Daryl Bem. That's a complicated business. Daryl Bem was a scientist who believed that. He believed that people were predicting the future through psychic powers, but he didn't use Bayesian inference, and Frenchy boy called him out on it. I don't know enough about that, but I studied it in great detail years ago, and I can't remember the details. Now Richard Wiseman is again very much a skeptic, but incredibly entertaining. He's the guy with the Secret Insider. He wrote a book called Paranormality, which I wrote a review of, that was more popular on Google than the book's own publisher page for a while. That was before I got shadow banned. He talked about he modelled himself on Harry Houdini, which is interesting because Houdini, that Houdini left that message to his wife that's, according to the 1983 Reader's Digest of the Paranormal book, Encyclopedia of the Paranormal, did come true. So Harry did contact Bess, his wife, with a coded message a few years after he died. I bring that up in my skeptic talk. So he was originally a stage magician. He became a psychologist, which is a rather strange change of career, but can be done. There's Wittgenstein's rabbit duck. This was, another thing that looks like a rabbit and a duck. It's called I've got unstable perception or something like that, and you just look at it. You can actually make it in your own mind just by thinking about it look like a rabbit or a duck. And you know what's interesting is that Wittgenstein was a hospital porter. Ludwig Wittgenstein was a hospital porter, so he knows what he's talking about. He talks about ghost photos, pareidolia, which again is an unfalsifiable hypothesis. I've talked before about the Sistine Chapel fallacy. I don't need to repeat the things I put in my skeptic program. Just go to the skeptic portal. I'll put a link in the description box to that. Oh, the firewalking thing. Now it turns out you can't. The firewalking thing is simply caused by the fact that you just walk very quickly. You can walk on hot coals very quickly, but they tried to make people walk for 60 feet, and they tried it, and they jumped off after about 12 or 15 feet. Yeah. The dogs whose owners know they're coming home. Now, Wiseman says there's nothing in it because the dog goes up to the window every half hour or so to check anyway, to look out anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Now, Rupert Sheldrake Rupert Sheldrake was the person who did that experiment on the dog JT. However, if you read Randy's Prize by Robert McLuhan, he's dug up the original documents and the original papers, and he says that Wiseman's wrong, that they were wrong to debunk that. Now, he's done a lot of videos with Simon Singh that are quite good, actually. They're quite funny, but they're very educational. They're usually just illusions and things like that. There's nothing wrong with that. I quite like, if you go to Quirkology, the YouTube channel, there's some really good tricks and illusions and perception management, which is actually very clever. What you know about the basketball players throwing the ball and then the gorilla walks through, things like that. They're classic ones. They don't work anymore because most people have seen them. Once you've seen them, you can't unsee them. But first time I saw that, I didn't see the gorilla. No, I didn't. There's many others like that. They're very, very good. But his YouTube channel's called Quirkology, and I do recommend it. And he's an amusing speaker, and I hope tomorrow I'll get into his workshop. I'll queue up for his workshop again, because it's going to be done again. But I do want to go to the foyer thing too, so I'm not sure. But I'll say more about tomorrow when tomorrow comes. But a good, interesting set of speakers. as much as I disagreed with them, I found them educational and in some cases very funny and amusing. So, yeah, good set of speakers there, I thought. That particular branch of Trav Lodge is very unusual because it is a Trav Lodge. It's got its resident cat. Hello, pussycat. Hello, how are you? Yes, indeed. Hello. Apparently, I asked the staff about it. Apparently, he lives nearby. He's well groomed. He's well fed, you know. But so he probably has a house nearby. But just keeps coming in here. It just seems to like it in here, and the staff, you know, give it a lot of attention. So he or she likes it in here. It keeps coming in. Now, one thing I didn't mention earlier was the Incredulous podcast. That was like quite interesting. I don't often listen to Incredulous. I've listened to a couple of episodes. This was not too bad. It had Hayley Stevens and Marsh. They sort of said hello to me as I walked in. So that's nice. They sort of, oh, Ben, hello. They didn't sort of like say, what are you doing here? And there was this guy called Noah Lungeons, he does a couple of skeptic shows. He calls it the Scathing Atheist. And there was Andy Wilson was the host. It was quite funny actually. It was sort of like a comedy thing. They had a bit of a it was quite amusing, but it was also unfair. I think they had to go at Alex Jones. Alex Jones, as you know, has just been basically the whole of InfoWars, his entire business empire, has been put up for a warrant sale to pay the record-breaking lawsuit damages has been awarded to him against him by the people who say they are the parents of the Shady Nook school killer. And so he's having to sell off everything he has. Basically, everything's in liquidation. There's a trustee been appointed, and Alex has been trying to find a way out of it, and this guy Noah was having a kind of a joke about it. Yeah, it's I'll have to see how it goes with Alex. As you know, I think what happened to Alex Jones was actually very sinister, and it sets a very worrying precedent for other people. Indeed, it already has for Richard D. Hall. It's about shutting up alternative voices. I think it's about silencing us through outsourced lawfare. And of course, as skeptics, of course, will support this. But I don't. There's a lot of talk about Huel. Now, funny enough, my brother uses Huel. It's a kind of like a strange food substitute, but pretty revolting stuff, actually, I think. But there was a funny bit. They got, and it's a bit worrying because they wanted to write a sort of a romance story about bees. You know, bees, they die after they mate and things like that. And they wanted they got Chat GPT to write a humorous play about it, and it's actually quite funny. So I enjoyed the show. It was funny. I mean, I think they were unfair to Alex Jones, but I did think the Incredulous show was live. There's actually a Skeptics with a K. That's the one I was on. That is actually going to be recording tomorrow. So I don't know if I get to see that, because if I watch that, I'll probably miss the Richard Wiseman Magic Show again, which I don't want to do. So I'll have to think about that. I'll have to look at the schedule. The schedule, problem is there's not enough room in the workshops for people. That's the problem. But I'll see. I'll have to see how it goes with. I'll have to have a big think, because tomorrow the schedule's a bit more difficult.
Well, good morning, everything. It's Sunday morning. It's the hangover slot, although I don't have a hangover. I'm just sitting having a cup of tea, watching The Psychology of Conspiracy Theories by Daniel Jolly, no relation to Dom, if you remember that one. And it's on the YouTube channel Question, Explore, Discover, which of course stands for QED, which is their official YouTube channel. Now, last night I actually woke up for a bit. Funny enough, I predicted I'd get insomnia on Friday night. I didn't. But last night I did get a bit, and I handled it the right way though this time. I didn't lie in bed sort of seething. I got up, read a little bit, watched some TV, and then went back to it. And I found it reset my mind so I could get back to sleep more easily. So I'm now ready to face day 2. Now, I've never done a day 2 at a skeptic conference. On TAM London, I actually didn't go back for the second day because I was feeling ill. And to be honest, I think it is. I did find yesterday quite arduous. I think it being like even though no one around knew, apart from the people who know me, I didn't blow my own cover. I had friendly conversations with a couple of people. I never told them who I am or what I am, and that is difficult. I can imagine, I'm interested in spies and things like that, and I can imagine it must be a very lonely and isolated experience, pretending to be somebody you're not. Well, I know what it's like, because it's a bit like being a conspiracy theorist in general society, basically. But here at QED, it's more extreme. Of course, I could just be completely open and walk and strut around the place, mouthing off at people, and being a bit of a confrontational dickhead. But that's not my style. So, but I'm glad I'm going back for day 2. So I might watch. I won't have time to watch all of this, but it does look quite interesting. And then there's, because I am interested in the other side of the story. I watched Brent Lee, for goodness sake. I met Brent Lee. If you read Panwo Voice, you'll know that. And then Claire Klingenberg, why investigate the paranormal? That's from last year. That's the conference last year. Maybe because it's real. So you thought about that, Claire? Looks a bit windy this morning, and it's been raining. I'm leaving the Manchester Sports City Trav Lodge now. There's a bus there. I think that's the one I want to get, but it's not that one. It'll be the next one. Yeah, the trains are off. That's first good news. Good job. I always check these things. No trains. So this is it's Northern Rail strike that's doing it. I mean, it's the same as problem at Earth Mysteries. If you remember the problem I had with Earth Mysteries, it's still going on, which means there's no trains this morning. This is annoying, but there you go. Technically, I could walk this in maybe an hour and a half or so, but I'd rather not. And if I do that now, I'll get there late. So I'm going to go and wait for a bus, and hope they're not cashless buses like you get in some areas. Fuckers. I've just been thinking, the reason. I was listening to Claire Klingenberg and listening to her talk, and I got the sense that she's a bit autistic. She was actually in one of the other panels on another video there. I think that's why they have a quiet room, because a lot of skeptics are on the spectrum, very much so. Even more so than, I know there's a few in the woo-woo scene who are. David Grush being the best example. Let's cross over here. That was easy to do. I didn't expect it to be that easy. But there's a lot of the skeptics. So there's a lot of them in the woo-woo in the skeptic scene are autistic. Well, that's what the quiet room's for. So they've got somewhere to go, but there's no noise. It's quiet. It's calm and it's peaceful, and they can sort of reduce their anxiety. Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. Oh, here we go then. Right now, here we are. Let's just see, because I did look this up, and it does go to Ardwick, Manchester Piccadilly Station. That's where I want to go. Manchester Piccadilly Gardens. I'm heading for. So it's number 201 or 203. I want. So that's the one to look out for, guys. Getting buses in strange places is really awkward. It's difficult. I like that look. CCTV may be in operation. No, we're not going to tell you it is. We just want you to sit there and wonder about the possibility. Is it? Oh, yeah. There's different ways you can pay to make your ticket. You get the B network. The B being a symbol of Manchester, like the Merovingians. I'm sure that there's some people in the conspiracy will make a lot of that. I don't particularly. Okay, here we go. So it doesn't say whether you use cash or not. I might have to pay with my bloody card. Oh, I hate doing that, but there you go. There you go. Anyway, guys, waiting for the bus, and we're going to head to Manchester, or into the centre of Manchester, because this is Manchester. It's a big place, very big. This sort of tunnel between the buildings is like a footway that goes between one street and another. Manchester is full of those. I only know this because I'm a Charlie Beach viewer, but it has these like tunnels between things, and all kinds of shops in between. They cover the Arndale Centre. It's surprising how watching like a you know, all sort of semi-hate watching a poser's channel, you know, or a drama queen, drama king. So, I'm a man, I tell you, I'm not a drama queen, I'm a drama king, right? A drama king's channel. You become so familiar with the geography of the area he stalks his prey in. So here we are in Cracky Gardens. I think what I might do later, because there's one session where there's nothing I want to see. I might go and see if I can find Cottager's Cove. Maybe I'm able to find it. You never know. Anyway, I'm pretty early, but I'm going to pop in there anyway and go and maybe see if anyone's around. Maybe drink a cup of coffee. So in there, cashless, but everything's bloody cashless. I think the bus does take cash. Actually, I didn't try. I didn't want to hold people up, so I did pay with my card on the bus. But it's a bit of a. I do try to pay with cash if possible, and there seems to be very few opportunities in this city. This particular city seems to be very, very cashless. And here is the most violent tram stop in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, along with the most violent McDonalds in the Western Hemisphere. Alright, so anyway, it's raining, so I'm not going to hang around outside. But I might go and try and get breakfast in the Spoons as well. It's another thing I could do. So in I go. There's the venue. I'm going to head there now. Guys, I've just out of curiosity, I've come up to the 14th floor. That's the top floor. Just have a look around and see what it's like. Maybe get a view of the city. It matches this quite grand modern metropolis. Remember the shot I did of the shot I did last night of the whole thing. Let's have a look what's out here. Oh, I think that's this is just the fire exit. All right. Okay. Let's have a look along here. I think there's not much to see here. It's just bedrooms. It's just like you see. Turing Suite, Royce Suite, Turing Suite Lounge. I think it's maybe the penthouse. Here's at the top. Let's get all the posh ones up here. Someone's coming through. Yeah. Hi there. Thank you. So, lots of mirrors, of course. I'm not going to make that mistake again, though. I think it's just private bedrooms up here. There doesn't seem to be anything else. But I've arrived at the venue, and doors open 9:30, which is about now, and then I have and of course it all kicks off at 10. I'm slightly later today, luckily. I saw yeah, at the other end there's just another fire escape. So yeah, nothing to see here, guys. Move along. What's up those stairs now? Let's have a look. It goes up even higher. What's up here? I can feel some wind. Yeah, I don't think there's anything up here actually. It's just a view out over to these penthouses. I think it's just lift machinery and stuff like that. Usually you get up here. This is right at the top of the building. It's mostly frosted glass, but very breezy up here. You get a bit of a view there, see? Bit of a view. Yeah, in the lift though, Robin Ince was in the lift. He got in on level 1 just after me, and I recognised him. Brian Cox's mini-me, or Brian Cox's bitch. That's rude. I mustn't say that. He probably likes doing that show with Brian. He's been doing it for long enough. But I can't help thinking, this guy is, he's quite, I suppose, modest and sort of like kind of character compared to Cox. Mind you, I think everyone's modest compared to Cox, aren't they? But he's not the flamboyant kind of like shiny teethed, silky haired, white skinned media star, but he's been doing that show on Radio 4 now for like 8 years, more than that. Okay guys, so we're going to go head down now. That's a book that wasn't here yesterday. 2,000 Mules, One Busy
Yes, it's
Life.
arrived a bit late.
Is it? Oh, right, a stubborn conspiracy theory. Oh, right, you can pause and read that, ladies and gents. Oh, yes, it's about, it's about the 2020 election, yeah. The bad news, how cures are definitely woo. Woo being the word for non-skeptic stuff. I think they anticipate exactly what people are going to be thinking and feeling right now. They really do. Although, not me, of course, but I'm actually interested to see. I might check the website actually. Who won the Ockham Award last night? And things like that, because it was last night was like comedy and social slot, which I didn't go to.
The talk is about neurodivergence, and I think I've given that away right from the start. I was going to start with a little poem because you mentioned weddings. It was a poem, but I'm not going to start with that now. I'm going to start off by telling you a little story with. So I've got a bunch of slides. The slides are not really linked to what I imagine the talk will be, but everyone had slides.
He's got a picture of that man on his T-shirt.
That's me with one of my favourite dogs. My friend Johnny's dog, and a nice picture.
All right, that was Robin Ince. He's open today, and I must say, I'll say more in detail later, but that was an excellent talk. It was actually very good. Obviously, a lot of disagreement on my part, but still, a real roof raiser. Okay, I'm just taking a little sit down here in front of the view, and just thinking about the next session. There's actually not a lot I want to see here. The kids centering women in this response to HIV. Good morning, how did you sleep? No, I can miss that. Perfect presentations again. Didn't think much of that. And of course, I'm tempted to go to this, but I think I'm actually going to just take this session off. And I've got other plans actually. I don't know if I've got time actually, because there's lunchtime after that, so it doesn't kick off again until 1 p.m, just after 1, so, and I'm hoping to go to the 2 workshops, or at least the second workshop, but I think what I might do is just to take the rest of the morning off. I might go and get myself some breakfast in Spoons, and then I've got other plans. I've got a little idea of what I might do off-site, so I hope you'll come and join me. You can see what I mean about the slightly top-heavy architecture of the venue. I've come out, the weather's not very good. I think it's a bit too late for breakfast at Spoons now, so I'm going to head down. It's called Minnie's Hull Street, and there's a reason why I'm going down here, and all this will become clear. Okay guys, I found the cove. It's here on Dale Street, but there's 3 guys hanging around there looking a bit rough. I'm on my own here, you know, I'm on my own. Contrary to popular belief, the way he likes to portray it, Charlie Veitch is not some great hero. He, you know, in the sense that he wanders into these things single-handed. I'm not going to go at him. He makes it look like he goes down there on his own with his camera going, oh, I'm going down here to Cottager's Cove and I'm going to clear it out of these horrible perverts and haven't things like that. And then you know he goes, oh, I'm not going down there for any of that because I'm 100% heterosexual. I wish I was bisexual, because if I was, then 100% of the people in the world would find me irresistible instead of just 50%. He likes to put on a show, But he always goes down with one of his mates, Looking Glass from Manchester, or Fritz, or one of the other guys, who are the other people in the auditing community. He always goes down there with one of those people. In fact, and they don't always appear in frame. He often keeps them out of frame, but they always are there with him. And there's also he also has this. There's a guy who sometimes goes around with him, who's often in frame now. His friend Ralph, who he calls a security guard. He says, I employ this man. I pay him to be my security guard. Like and he makes up some story like this. I think he once said this guy's ex-special forces or something. I mean, they all say that, don't they? You know, it's like there must be about 1 million ex-special forces people in this one city. But he's probably just his mate. It's probably just a guy who's his mate, who looks a bit sort of mean and sort of heavily built, like me. I mean, I could do that job. I'm not actually a mean bastard. I'm quite gentle and I'm not like naturally a violent person. I can use self-defense, but I'm not an angry person. But there's I might go down and wait till these guys clear off. But it's basically what I'm saying is that a lot of what Charlie does is a form of fiction, and so. He may give people the wrong impression that they can sort of like just go down there anytime they want and things like that. I'll go down there in a minute and see if those guys are cleared off. If they have, I will. There's like a pathway that goes underneath these buildings on the old canal. As I said, this network of canals are about 200 years old, and you have like. It's like a subterranean catacomb of the city. So I'll go down in a minute and see if those guys are cleared off. Okay, they're gone now, so I'm going to go down. There's this lock here, look. It's really old. It's a really old, not very, very deep level lock down here. And this is a public right of way, although it says quite clearly that it's locked at 7 PM every night. This is so familiar from Charlie's videos. If you look, graffiti down here, look. Non-conformist folk art. Ugh, it's really... I know where to go because I've watched Charlie so much. This is always locked at 7 PM. I watched looking over my shoulder a couple of times. There's nobody behind me. Here's another lock. This used to be in the open air. They built all this above it over the years. Look at that. Nice graffiti there. Some more of it here. It's amazing how artistic some people can be, you know. Just natural folk art, you know. There we go, through the tunnel. They used to bring boats along here in the old days. Boats all the way from the mills. They used to take things all over the world. Look at this, I can hardly, like, this is almost too low for my head. Comes out here in the open air. Look over my shoulder again. Check in. I'm out in the open air. Yeah, I didn't point the camera at them. Like I said, Charlie does this with a lot of backup, despite what he might claim. But there are about 5 or 6 blokes hanging around. You might have just caught them in the side of the frame as I was walking past. There were. I mean, I said I would wait till those guys cleared off, the guys who were hanging around the top lock. But I just looked and I turned that corner. You can't see what's coming. There was a guy standing on the corner. I think he's kind of keeping knit, as they used to say in prisoner cell block H. By the way, it's weird. You get these kind of posh restaurant right by this scene of of degeneracy. And you know, this canal. I mean, if I tried to swim in that, I'd probably die. Just a poison, just a toxic stuff. Yeah, there was about maybe 6, 7 guys. They were just standing there. I mean, if they tried anything on with me, you know, I'd have hit back. But there was a guy standing on the corner. I think he's probably the lookout on the corner. When you go round, you've seen it on Charlie's videos. You go round a corner, and there's this part by one of the lock gates, and that's a part where you can't see who's there from the area at the place I came in. And I saw there was about 6 or 7 guys. I wasn't going to point the camera at them. Not when I'm on my own. Like I said, again, I must stress, Charlie goes down there with reinforcements. I don't have any. So I just literally walked past them, and I just carried on and just made some comments about the architecture and things like that. Reminds me of my McDonalds video. Interesting rivets on this bridge. So this is the Manchester Canal. God, yes. I wouldn't come down here after 7 p.m. I'll tell you. It's not just like the fear a lot. It's the fear of other people. This place has a very dark atmosphere. There's I brought this up before in one of my Weird Weekend North videos, but you may have heard the story of the Manchester Pusher. This is a theatre. So there's a bit of rainwater on here. It's still raining slightly. I'll come onto the bridge. This is a theorised serial killer who operates on these canals. Don't know who he is. He's described as a tall, powerful man. People who survived attacks by him. His method is to push people into the water. He's walking along here and he just comes along and he pushes you into the canal. This water here is very deep. The way that's how he kills people. And you might think, well, most people can swim; they could easily get out of here. It's not a very high wall. But what he does is he then kicks you back in again until you drown. And you may think, I mean, it's not a very good method. Certainly in the summer months when this water is quite warm, you could just swim and hang up to where those railings are or something like that. You could do that. But in the winter months, you get thermal shock pretty quickly if you fell in here. And if someone was trying to keep kicking you back in all the time, eventually, you know, the cold will get to you. And bodies have been found along here, you know, and just dropped in. I mean, a lot of them are just people who are drunk at one of the riverside pubs, and they thought it'd be funny to try and like show off climbing on the edge of the railing. That happened in Oxford once, by the way. It was actually the River Isis, which is much faster flowing. And it's kind of like it's always a bit of a mystery about. There's been a couple of survivors who tell really creepy stories, and it's like it's led some people to believe this might be some kind of supernatural phenomenon, some kind of a demon that incarnates or embodies. I know Glenn Vaudrey doesn't believe in it. I mean, I've talked to him about it. I know a lot of the skeptics, of course, don't believe in it. A lot of the Fortean people, most of them don't believe in it either. I think it's just a misunderstanding of statistics, because, as I said, some people are always going to drown in this canal, because this is a canal that runs through the middle of a city. There's lots of pubs bordering it, especially in the gay village, where people might be taking lots of drugs and getting drunk. And they come down here, and someone's coming. What happens is they used to bring canal boats. Big long canal boats used to come through here. He's turned around and walked back. See, he sees me standing. God, he thinks I'm one of them. He sees me standing there with my camera, or maybe he thinks I'm like one of the vigilantes like Charlie. Just turned around and walked back. Anyway, I'm not going to hang around down here too long, guys. But this is Cottager's Cove, and that completes my alternative spoof Charlie Beach tour. Looks like it's going to be closed for a while there. This gate is shut at 7 p.m. every evening. But if you come up here, it's funny, you just walk up here and you find yourself in another world. Manchester appears to be a city built on layers. It's not just geographically horizontal, it's geographically vertical as well. So there's this underworld here. It's almost like something from, I don't know, one of these old gothic novels or fantasy novels like China Miéville or something. New Krubazon. You come up here and it says, yeah, gates
Locked 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Oh, it's not 7 p.m. It's 10 p. It's actually 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Yeah. Not. I don't think you need much persuasion though not to walk along here at 7. Walk down there at like at night time. So there you go. Of course, at this time of year, it gets dark hours before then, doesn't it? But anyway, here we are. This is the area we're talking about here. So if you ever want to come down, if you ever want to come to see Cottages Cove for yourself, for goodness sake, do so with caution. But this is Dale Street, I believe. There's the Yum Cha, so you can find it there. There's a place called Yum Cha, and it's all down there. Yeah. And now I'm going to carry on walking along Canal Street, but I'm going to go in the. Luckily, this bit is just roadway, so it's a lot less spooky. You won't believe this. This is hard to believe, but Charlie V just put Cottages Cove on, actually on the map. Look, there's loads of entries about it. Other people have gone down there. All thanks to Charlie. Goodness me. Can you believe it? Oh, I'm in this place here. It's quite nice, actually. I think I might go and see this instead. That's the foyer one. Should be interesting. If I see that, I won't be able to go and see. I probably won't get into Richard Wiseman, but I've seen Wiseman on the main stage, so I'm going to go for this one. If I don't get in, I'll go up there and start waiting in a minute, because you've got to get there at least half an hour early. And then if I don't get into it, for some reason I'll go to Wiseman. This is like a pride shop. I must say, yeah, Manchester is a very sort of, it's a very hip place. It's very left wing. Has like a very, very active gay village. So I'll show you the darker side of it. But it has a more benign sort of like more like flamboyant side. So I showed you in the previous video, one of my really north video. But it's very leftist. Yeah. And there's I think that's on the side of one of his cohorts. What's it Charlie says? It's Schrodinger's corpse. Sort of lying right by his wheelchair. I think he could feel. He could probably feel in case somebody like takes the wheelchair away. He can like feel it move. Because some bastards will do that, and some bastards will just nick his wheelchair just for the hell of it. Not for any particular reason, just to piss him off, just to leave him stranded. That's horrible. I mean, you know, I'm not one of these people who. I have my own attitude to beggars and people like that is I'm quite, you know, I'm not like a big like sympathy monger when it comes to that sort of thing. I did an entire video about it where I just say, look, I don't donate cash or goods on the street. Sorry about that, and I walk away. And if they get arsy with me, I'll say, don't try to make me feel good. That's how I'm straight. But any attempt to be cruel to those people, actively cruel, is an outrage, and I completely denounce it. And here we are back in the venue, outside the workshop room, and I'm at the front of the queue, as you can see. But, you know, no one's here, so I'm going to go and sit in one of those seats. As soon as the queues start gathering, I'll just come and join them. But so I'll just sit in one of these seats over here, and why stand here for like 3/4 of an hour? Two of them around there. I like the art. The art around here is very good. That's Manchester, isn't it? And,
I think that one around. I like that one.
Yeah, that's that's the tram. That's all from Manchester, but it's done in that kind of style, isn't it? Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah. I managed to get into the workshop, so here I am. And that there is Marion with Simon Singh. He's going to be doing our talk. Simon was here yesterday in the talk with Professor Chris French. He was doing this because he's worked with him on some of the paranormal investigations and things.
People who elected him. So this is going to be one of the big things. Complete change with the secrecy of the past. So I put in my request, and there are a few things here. As I say, you know, Britain's always denied this.
This is a queue for Richard Wiseman's magic show. I had to make a decision, I think, so it was either one or the other. Of course, they had to get everyone out of the room first, and then you've got to basically, if you want to go to both, you've got to go out of the room and then come back in and join this queue. So I don't think I'm going to get in. It's a shame. Something to do with having a bigger room for the workshops. I
As I said, I could have gone to this one, but then I've had to start queuing halfway through the foyer workshop, in which case I'd have missed that. So it's one or the other, basically. What I'm doing instead of going to see Wiseman is I'm going to come up here to the main stage again and watch Joe Ondra talking about horror fiction and its influence on conspiracy theories. It's particularly topical for me, I must say, so that'll be good. See if I can get into my usual seat. Oh, excuse us. Thanks. Can I squeeze past you? Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay. Sort of like, even though we're not allowed to reserve chairs, we can't do the German thing and put things on them. Most people just come back to the same basic area every time. So this is what I'm going to see. You know, looking around you, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this is like Contacts in the Desert or Awakening Manchester or something like that. I mean, it's a kind of parallel world that I'm in now, where so much is the same, although ideologically and intellectually it's the opposite. But it's almost like there's some kind of horseshoe effect, where it comes around and meets itself in its extremes. It basically merges. So yeah, it's been quite an interesting experience being here. This is the second last session we're doing now.
Enter a fugue state, talk to you about continental philosophy and horror for about 40 minutes or so, and then you're going to leave completely bewildered. But really, I'll just give a little bit of information about myself first. So, my name is Dr. Joe Ondrak. In another life, I run the open source intelligence team for a company called Logically. During the pandemic, we spent a lot of time doing intelligence work, de-anonymizing QAnon figures. We got QMAP, who's a chap called Jason Galinas, who worked for Citibank. We got Ghost Ezra, who was trying to sort of turn the knob from QAnon to neo-Nazi and bring people along the way. And things like conspiracy theories, it gets a little bit different. So we have this idea of player participation. So for individuals posting creepypasta or conspiracy theories, there are those on the other side aware of the falsehoods, aware of the fictionality, hoping to deceive others for any number of reasons. For creepypasta, this may be considered a form of play, where interacting with the narrative and the characters as if they were real and posting such experiences on platforms alongside real experiences is a way of participating and enjoying that narrative. So, the Slenderman is a great example of this.
Alright, I'm here just, I'm in silhouette there, but I'm just having a little drink here, having a pint here, on the, by the window here, by the big floor-to-ceiling window of this restaurant and bar lounge here in the Metropole. I popped into the quiet room for a minute. I just felt like I needed a little lay down on one of the settees. I didn't want to film in there because there were other people in there at the time. But I just needed, it's quite nice in there actually, even if you're not the kind of person who needs that kind of thing. It's quite nice to get away in there sometimes. So now they're on the last session now. It's something called Sleep Bollocks by, what's the name of the guy who's presenting it? Let's see. Jason Wilson is doing a talk called Sleep Bollocks, and I decided to not to go and see that. It's just that, and then there's basically the thank yous and goodbyes, and that's the end of the conference. So I'm missing the last session of the conference. Just have a quick pint here. With amazing view over Manchester, over Piccadilly Gardens, and then that's it. It's been an experience actually. I'm glad I came. I'm not going to get post-conference blues from this one, though. You'll be glad to know. I'll say more later, but it's a bit of a relief actually. I've done it. It's a bit of a relief. I haven't had that same, for obvious reasons, I haven't had that same sense of bonding and camaraderie I've had with a normal conference I go to, a woo-woo conference as they say around here. So I'll say more about the speakers later. The last speaker was very interesting. I was, funny enough, old Marion Jones came up and said, he came up and spoke to me at the end. He said, "Oh, did you enjoy that?" And I said, "Yeah." And he asked me, "You going to put any FOIA requests?" And I said, "I might try." I said, "I learned a lot. I didn't know about that you could make FOIA requests from countries which you are not a citizen of. You can make FOIA requests of foreign governments." And I should have known this. And I said, I talked to him about John Greenwald Jr. and he'd heard of him. And of course, John has made requests of the Canadian and Mexican governments as well as his own. He's just American, but he's made requests of other governments too. And and he said, he asked me if there were any local groups in the area, and I could have said, yeah, Dreaming Saucers, but no. I have been very furtive, I must say. I've been maybe more furtive than some people would be. I've almost been pretending, putting on an act. I said, well, there's Oxford Skeptics in the pub, but it's kind of disbanded. Funnily enough, I'll tell you, I saw Jo, who runs Oxford SITP. I saw her. I might have mentioned it earlier in the video, but I told you about her at the beginning, and then she's here somewhere, and I got to speak to her. And she's quite she's okay. She's quite a nice lady, quite a bit on the spectrum, I'd say. Oxford SITP hasn't had a meeting for years. I mean, it's ever since they didn't really survive the lockdown. Besides which, they always meet on a Thursday evening, and of course that's a Panmo show night, isn't it? Anyway, I was just coming into this room a few minutes ago actually, and I saw this woman came out crying, and I said, "Are you okay?" She said, "Yeah." And I was going to direct her to one of the helpers, one of the support team, with the orange T-shirts, the Tangerine Friends. But then then someone else came over and looked after her, so that was all right. So I don't know how long I'll stay here. Then I've got to go and get something to eat. I'm kind of debating. I don't know what you think, you lot people. Obviously, I can't ask your opinion because this isn't a live stream. Whether should I go and have a meal in the most violent McDonald's in the Western Hemisphere? I mean, I could, but it's not witching hour because it's a Sunday. Witching hour is what Charlie refers to the hour after school finishes, so at 3:30 to 4:30, when the kids pop in there for a snack after they finish school, and they get very rowdy. So yeah, I might go in there. I'm not a fan of McDonald's, as you know, but maybe just for a part of the Charlie Veach Tourist Trail. I'm sure there will be an official Charlie Veach Tourist Trail at some point. Maybe presented by the great man himself. Or maybe someone else will do it, pretending to be him, like I have. But I'm not up to it. I'm not, I'm a pretty poor second place beta male, aren't I? So I can't match the great Charlie Veach. From sunny, high up Manchester, this is Bellamy Jones, Panmo TV, at QED 2024. Don't mention the war. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it. They're obviously here. They're either agents of the DVD, as Michael Shrimpton would say they are. They're probably more likely just to be Sabine's entourage. There have been people from all over the world there. There were a couple of people from Hungary. There was one Australian. There's a whole load from Canada. And a couple of Americans. Lots of French as well. I mean, it's quite a few people from around the world. It's an international conference. I've just left the venue now for the last time, and I'm heading off. I'm going to get something to eat. Might go back to that Chinese place, I'm not sure. Those Germans, I mean, I don't want to knock the Germans because they were very useful. In fact, the Germans that were on the table behind me, they actually gave me some information. Now, I ended up talking to them for a few minutes, and they told me about last night Occam's Award. Now, I'm not familiar with the Occam's Awards, this is my first QED. I know, like I said, it's just like the kind of awards that the other Skeptics Conference gets. I think Lake Tamland used to have the Skeptic of the Year and the Snuffed Candle Award, which is the booby prize for the biggest woo-woo. And well, basically, they have the Occam Awards. They have the good Occam Awards and bad ones. The good Occam Awards winner
was Flint Dibble. And Flint Dibble actually was not there present. He's not there at the moment. He wasn't there, he had to leave. But it's a guy, I think that actually is the room I was up in. You see that row of windows there? That is actually the room where I was sitting a few minutes ago, in behind one of those windows. Now Flint Dibble won he's the Best Skeptic Award, presumably for his decision to take on Graham Hancock. The Bad Occam Award, that is the biggest woo-woo of the year, was not won by Graham Hancock himself though. It was actually Elon Musk, which, well, you know what I think. In my view, you know, you could reverse those, but that's just my opinion because I'm on the opposite side of the people there, and I'm out now, and I'm glad I went. It's been an experience. You know, it's nice to be back out. It's nice to be out. It has been a place where I have been a square peg in a round hole. This is not a criticism of the people there on a social level. Every courtesy was extended towards me. Everyone I met was very nice. Nobody was unpleasant. If I hadn't been so furtive, possibly they might have been a bit more, but they weren't. Everyone was absolutely fine. And I didn't get the impression they were the type of people to troll woo-woos anyway, so it's fine with me. And so, generally speaking, I think it was a good thing to do. It's good to get out there and see the other side. It's good to get out and about and experience the other side of the argument. I mean, this is why I did that video with skeptic conversion therapy, and was it things like that? Was it called conspiracy theory deconversion therapy? It's why I did that. I did that conspiracy theory deconversion course. Do you remember? Which didn't work on me. Anyway, guys, I think that just for old time's sake. I don't make a habit of this. I'm not a fan of McDonald's, but I am going to have a meal in the most violent McDonald's in the Western Hemisphere. If I can find it, somewhere along here. Just to see what it's like in there, just to experience it. I mean, goodness knows. It's an interesting thing that Charlie Veach is kind of this. It's over here somewhere. There it is. It's over there. I'm using my memory of Charlie's videos to guide me. It's interesting to think, actually, that Charlie's he's now created a kind of a niche within the Manchester tourist scene. We have like death by pigeons here, I think. Look at this loads of them. Look at them. There's a pigeon infestation. As long as they don't poo on me, I don't mind. Oh, I only stepped on one there. All right, so if I see Charlie Veach, I'll let you know. But he seems to be absent at the moment. I've never seen so many. Even in London, you don't see that many. What are they doing? Someone must have dropped some food here. Anyway, here it is. Then it was violent McDonald's in the Western Hemisphere. Now, as I said, it's a Sunday, so there'll be no witching hour. But I'm just curious to see what it's like inside. It is the only McDonald's I've seen that has like this bouncer outside it all the time. I don't know where he is now, and these big gates that cover the door. So here it is anyway. Let's pop in there, see what it's like. It's a pretty average McDonald's, really. I mean, not that I go in many of them. They've got some sort of like they've got some tables over there, you see, where you don't sit down. It's just a standing place, and these stools are like built into the. I can't move these stools, but I'm not a regular here. But, yeah, an argument has broken out. Don't know how much you can see. I think it's where the reputation comes from. Well, I'm still alive. I survived my visit. I even ate a meal in the most violent McDonald's in the Western Hemisphere. So, well, maybe it's not that bad. Though an argument did break out while I was in there between two people. They weren't little kids from school. They were a bit older. But there was an argument there, so maybe that's how the place got its reputation. The food was... well, it was McDonald's. What can I say? I would eat it every day, but as Alan Partridge once said, I'd be dead! Alright guys, I'm walking home now. I'm heading back. I decided to go back to the Trav Lodge by walking the traditional hospital porter's way. So I'm out of Manchester city centre now, more or less. It's a sort of place actually it seems to be full of teenagers and beggars. That seems to be what it is, who it is mostly. A lot of foreigners. I think it's mostly, so I'd say, recent England. It's most of the people who work there are recent immigrants. So, because of course, I mean, I talked about this before, especially my interview with Rin. But the cost of labour is now so low that we've effectively reintroduced slavery. A lot of these people like on the minimum wage or they're on job seekers allowance. It's incredible. But you know, my interview with Rin. There's a magpie. Salute the magpie. Here we go. Magpie, magpie, where's your wife? I always say that when I see a magpie. It's one of my superstitions. The cost of labour is so low that it's like we have just brought back slavery, and you know, native workers are now essentially priced out of the market because the wages are so low. We're too expensive. This is one of the reasons why immigration has just run amok. Again, go to my interview with Rin. I think it's actually an Alt-Tech exclusive. I don't think it's called, I can't remember what it's called. It's not the last one, the one before. I'm now heading back on this road here towards the hotel. I don't know why I didn't do this more. I mean, well, obviously I can't do it all the time, but you know, it's not that difficult, it's not that far, especially for an ex-hospital porter. I might do this in the morning when I'm coming back to catch my coach, actually. Save me waiting for a bus and paying for a bus. What else can I say about Manchester? Beggars everywhere. Loads of them. I mean, on my walk between the venue and between the McDonalds and here, I've been stopped 4 times by people just asking me for money, and I always say the same thing: sorry, I do not donate cash or goods on the street. I'm not nasty about it. I smile, I stop, I look them in the eye, I talk to them, but I don't give them anything. For reasons I've explained in my video on this subject, my argument with a homeless person, it's called. So far, apart from the ones I met on Friday, they've been okay. They just said okay, and they look crestfallen, but they say okay, and they nod and walk on. But there is aggressive begging in this city. I mean, like the first group I met, especially when there's more than one of them together. Like I said, I told you this before, the first group I met, I said no, and then immediately this other guy came forward and said, oh, but I'm running a charity for ex-convicts. And I said, so? He said, I don't give money on the street. And, you know, it's like, I don't know why there are so many here. It's even more than London. And like I said, I mean, it's horrible to see. It's really awful to see. But we mustn't, you see, every so often among sort of white British people, when we're confronted with a horror and an unpleasantness, there's like there's a pipeline to feelings of guilt. And we mustn't let that happen. Don't let yourself get dragged into guilt when you encounter these situations. Do not. Because that's how we're manipulated. It's not your fault these people are living on the streets. Okay, white men and women, it's not your fault. It's not your duty to sort them out. It's not. It's a lot of it is because we're a broken people, all of us. I'm talking about all of humans now, not just white people. We're a broken people. We're spiritual beings who should be the friends of angels, and we're dragged, and the Illuminati want to split us into pens. And it is partly our own choice. I'm not blaming any particular race or men or women now, but as a community, as a human being, as a species, millennia before I was born, or any of you watching this were born, we made the choice. We were to paraphrase the parable of the sower, Jesus' story. You know, we were the fallow ground for the Illuminati. They wouldn't be here otherwise. We have to take responsibility for that. What else can I say about Manchester? Cashless. Almost everything is cashless. This is the most cashless place I've ever been in. I heard there were worse places, such as, it's a bit windy today. I've heard there are worse places, for example, some parts of the Far East, Scandinavia. I've heard there are, I don't know if you can even hear me, it's so windy. There are worse places. Scandinavia, the Far East. I'm going to raise my voice so you can hear me, possible. But here, it's certainly in Britain, this is the most cashless place I've ever been to. The hotel I was in, completely cashless. The McDonalds was cashless. That Chinese place was cashless. Luckily, the pub where I had lunch, that did take cash. That did accept cash, but most places don't. So that's Manchester itself. As for the conference, I'll say more about that later. But it's nice it's over. I'm glad it's over. I do feel like I've achieved something, but unlike conferences where I do fit in, which are of my own type, my own ideals and beliefs and my own community, I don't feel the kind of nostalgia and longing that I do there. I feel a sense of achievement, but also a sense of relief. And as I said, this is not the fault of the organisers. They put on a very, very good event. Everyone showed me. I was extended every single courtesy. I've taken my lanyard off now. I was going to show you my lanyard. I'll show it later in the souvenirs. I was extended every courtesy and everything I needed. I was treated respectfully by everyone I interacted with, and I did likewise. But it is a skeptic event, and I'm not a skeptic. I know some of you think I'm going to turn into one now, but as I said when I did my talk about Bowler Hat Man, Skeptic of the North, when I did my little review of Skeptic of the North and his conspiracy theory deprogramming course. I don't think I'm like what the bloody hell was that? I saw something sticking out there, caught my bag. That is something unlikely to happen to me, because I know their arguments. The people most likely to convert, and both sides make converts from the other, is actually the least tolerant person, who is least tolerant of the other opinion. Brent Lee said he used to hate skeptics. Now he is one. I don't hate skeptics. I know their arguments. I've looked at both sides. I'll say more about that later. I'll do a review of the speakers from today as well. In the meantime, I'm just going to head home now. I say home, back to the hotel, home tomorrow. Let's just see. If I could have anyone let me down, I'd still shoot. Amy Blue, how many of those? I don't know what that's supposed to mean, what it's for. Sounds quite grim. Right, well, I'm back in the room, as they say in Little Britain, and the first speaker of Sunday was Robin Ince, and I mean, I actually showed you, I sort of zoomed in on his chest. The first thing that struck me about him, because he had a picture on his chest of this man. This man refers to this character here. There's an article I wrote about it on her Panwo Voice. You can check it out by using search. Suddenly posters start going up all over the world, all over the internet, in all kinds of different language. Have you dreamed of this man? Have you ever dreamt of this man? A lot of people, what happened was some psychologists were reporting that lots and lots of people around the world were coming forward and announcing that they had had a dream about a man who looked like this, the thick eyebrows, the round face, etc., etc. Unfortunately, it became a viral phenomena, in which case, it became very, very difficult to study, if not impossible, because people were having dreams about him because they'd seen the social media posts about him. But there was a lot of theory about whether he was some kind of demon or some kind of interdimensional being who appeared in people's dreams, things like that. I wrote that article about him anyway. But anyway, Robin Ince was Brian Cox's stooge, his cameo, his... oh dear, can you just imagine? Well, I mean, Robin Ince I thought was brilliant. I mean, he did a fantastic speech. Despite our disagreements, I was totally captivated by his humour, his style, his poetry, that he read out everything. It was really, really good, very moving sort of speech. I just hope Cox gets to see the video and he's going, that man's better than me, he's not supposed to be, that's wrong, oh, he's a knobber. Yeah, I just hope that happens. Yeah, Robin Ince was talking about neurodivergence and the universe. Now, that was his title of his talk, and he just said that everyone, you get this idea about neurodivergence, but isn't neurodivergence just normal? Isn't it just what everyone is? And he said, well, the question is, if so many people are neurodivergent, there's so many disorders, what's a normal brain then? And he said he apparently thinks there's a link to transphobia among people who are too focused on this sort of thing. Now, as I said, this is a very left-wing conference. I personally support everyone's right to freedom and dignity and to live without harassment. This includes trans people. I would stand up for a trans person who was being abused in any way because of who they were. At the same time, I don't like the politicisation of the whole issue. I did an interview with Claire Ray Randall about that, and you can look at that for more details. But anyway, then he had behind him this Turner painting. Now, John Turner, the artist, used to paint lots of landscapes and raging seas and things like this. This is a weird kind of painting. It actually, when I first saw it, I thought it looked like a mouldy cloth, but it is actually a painting of a landscape. It's really amazing. Anyway, he said that, for example, there's sort of like male and female are supposedly different neurologically, and I actually think they are, but Robin thinks they aren't. I mean, the whole idea of that men and women, when you generalise across the population, are different neurologically is a fact that has been denied, and it's what leads to things like people saying there aren't enough women in ufology, we need to start banning the men and bringing in women. You know, that debate I had with Paola Harris and Alison Dunlop, etc. But you know, he just said that he did like he answered a list of questions, and he says, well, he doesn't like football, he doesn't like this, he doesn't like that, he doesn't like Grand Theft Auto, and he worked out that there were many women who were more manly than he was. So if Robin Ince is not a manly man, then what does that make Professor Brian Cox? I wonder. I'd say Robin, you're very butch, and you're an alpha butch, kind of like Chad compared to your co-host on. I'll tell you really are. And he says another thing I hear an awful lot from skeptics. There's no need for conspiracy theories, it's just profit. I mean, some guy who was a Marxist actually sent me a pamphlet once, which was like a Marxist critique of conspiracy theories. And he says, look, Ben, this explains why you're wrong. And I read through it, and as someone who used to be sympathetic to Marxism because I was a trade unionist, and as Peter Hitchens said, I don't need the vaccine, I've had the disease. Although I was never as hardline as he was. I don't agree with that, but you see, well, why do people invent conspiracy theories? One of David Icke's opponents in Canada says that in the John Ronson movie, he's the rather obnoxious old man who says you don't need to invent conspiracy theories about why corporations do what they do. They're corporations. They're here. They want to make profit. They'll maximise profit and reduce democracy. But no, of course, that's not. It's much more complicated than that. There's an element to that, of course, but it's much more complicated. He makes some jokes, actually, interestingly, about being Cox's co-host, and he does it very well, Robin Ince. I think he understands what I've just said, that he is kind of like playing second fiddle to Cox. Everyone who's with Cox just plays second fiddle, including Dara O'Brien. As I said in my Skeptic talk, Cox he co-hosted Stargazing Live. Cox was the star and shining beacon of the show, Stargazing Live, even though he's not an astronomer. His co-host and stooge was an astronomer, Dara O'Brien. And he was sort of like this quiet, sort of like guy in the background. He was the real astronomer, but he was second. He was like second to Cox. He said there's something called reject dysphoria, rejection dysphoria. I don't know which. Oh yeah. Cox spoke. Sorry, I must stop calling him Cox. Ince spoke very, very in a very moving and honest way, and very, very touching. Actually, it was about his own mental problems, about his own lack of self-esteem, about the fact that he did this 24-hour telethon with these skeptics from Sweden and things like that. And at the end of it, he thought, wow, I feel really good. He went home and he put his suitcase down in the corridor, and his wife came in and said, move that, it's in the wrong place. And that one little bit of criticism was enough to sort of like put him on a downer. And I know how that feels. I do. It's awful when you're like that. And he said, most of you believe life is finite, so we have to make it as good as possible. And it's, you see, he said most. I mean, he didn't say all, he said most, which was interesting. Maybe he knew there were a few of us wavering. I mean, see, I don't believe life is finite, as you know. I believe in the afterlife, but yes, of course we have to make this life as good as possible for everyone. I agree with that, totally. But again, I mean, this is like Richard Dawkins saying there's a nobility in believing you only have one life and there's no afterlife, you know. See, this is something I've never understood. I mean, a lot of people say that believing in an afterlife kind of reduces the value of the life we have now. It makes it less important, it makes it less enjoyable, it sort of makes it cheaper. The idea of being something almost economic, like, well, if you have an infinite number of lives, divide any number by infinity and you get zero. So, you know, if you believe in an infinite number of lives, then our lives are worthless. And that is a totally oversimplistic and misunderstanding position. It really is. And he writes this poem, and I can't remember the actual words. I wouldn't recite it anyway if I did, because of copyright. But he talks about how starlight comes down from the sky and it enters his eye, and he says he could wonder, but the stars can't wonder, and things, and meaning that, you know, it's the anthropic principle that you know, the universe is decided by our presence in it, and that is a very interesting idea. And but he put it in the poem much better. He must as well, and he said he says he's not. He said the kind of skeptic superiority. He seems to have a sense of what I do, and a lot of non-skeptics do. That the skeptics online, you know, they're very smug and full of themselves. And he said that's true. A lot of them are. They're very up to themselves. They like to put other people down. But he said, I don't see that at QED. And I must admit, he's right. I heard a few jokes about woo-woos. You know, there was Flint Dibble joking about Graham Hancock putting his glasses on and off, which is a bit childish. I never detected any of the malice at QED that I detect from online skeptics, even though I was in the company of endless skeptics, you know. He talked about a book called Undrowned and Exit by Pauline Gumbs. Oh, it's a book called Undrowned by Pauline Gumbs. And he talks about Pauline Gumbs. It's this left-wing feminist he became friends with. And he talked about the necessity of art. Now, he talked about, I read this really good Marxist critique in the 50s called The Necessity of Art. Now, I've got a feeling it's someone from the Frankfurt School. I'm just going to Google it now. But he said, he went through this this book, and he said every other word was the necessity of art. Oh, Ernst Fischer, yeah. This is Ernst Fischer, I think he was in the Frankfurt School. I'll just check. But Ernst Fischer, The Necessity of Art. Oops, hang on, I'll go back one. It's published by Verso Books. Yeah, here we are, Wikipedia. Yeah, this is Ernst. He was an Austrian-born journalist, writer, and politician. Biography. I'll look through this later, but anyway, there he is. I looked at it on Wikipedia. But he says, well, every other pronoun, it's always he, him, himself. It's always talking to he and talking about man. When they mean everything, he means men and women and children and everything like that. And of course, in the 50s, that's just how people wrote. People just used to use the male pronoun when they were talking about people generally. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You see, I'm not politically correct like he is. He did this wine taste test with... he made a joke about how he went on a tour with Professor Brian Cox and Jane Goodall, who's Jane Goodall, the lady who looked after the chimps and gorillas in the jungle. Do you remember that film with Sigourney Weaver about her? And they went on a wine tasting test. And he said that if you're blindfolded, apparently, people can't even tell the difference between white and red wine. And he said he thinks this whole idea about expensive wine being better is like a big scam, and it's like some musical instruments are considered better than others. Like you get these violin virtuosos get a Stradivarius and it makes them better. But one of the best violinists in the world, he picked up his violin from a junk shop for £10. This doesn't stop the Stradivarius as being valuable antiques, which of course they are. But they're not necessarily a better sounding instrument. He got into arguments with TERFs now, and he said that the BBC is very pro-TERF and anti-trans, which is odd because the TERFs complain that the BBC is very pro-trans and anti-TERF, so I don't know who's right. Possibly because I don't have a dog in this fight. As I've explained many times before, I actually, I don't support either side in this. As I said, I support everyone's right to dignity and freedom and the pursuit of happiness, and I believe in the right to be who they want to be, but I don't take a side in either of these. And in fact, as far as the TERFs go, as I've said, this kind of holiday romance between the sort of Sargonite dissident circle and the TERFs, I don't think that's going to end well, because it's very much a coalition of convenience. Don't forget what the F stands for in TERFs, guys. These are people who, if the political landscape shifted, will be doing what they always do, calling for the gassing of all white men and things like that. So just bear that in mind. And he said he wouldn't share a stage with people who may be a sexual predator. Well, you see, saying someone may be a sexual predator means they've been accused of that. But once we get into the realm that accusation is the equivalent of conviction, we're again falling into the feminist leftist line, which is, well, if someone said a white man did something wrong, it must be true, or we must assume it's true for the sake of political emancipation and equality and things like that. And yeah, I even had this debate with people who talk about the women in ufology thing. They say, well, don't worry, Ben. Someone actually said this to me once, not Paola Harris, someone else. The pendulum is swinging too far the other way. It's overcorrection, but don't worry. One day it'll settle in the middle. Well, I don't think that's guaranteed at all. And secondly, even if it does, so how many white men have to go to jail in that time? You see what I mean? This is why I'm against all this woke stuff. He also wrote a poem on a state about how he'd been on a climate change march, and then in London there'd been this feminist march and they came together. He wrote a poem about that. Right, then I went up to the workshop, as you saw, Marion Jones talking about, it's called How They Stop You Finding Out the Truth. And you see, there was a golden age of the Freedom of Information Act. This was in the sort of mid-90s. At first it was supported by Tony Blair, believe it or not. Just for a few months you could get all kinds of things. You could get all kinds of documents through FOIA. You get documents marked top secret, and even higher, top secret UK eyes only, and there was top secret UK eyes only with guard. Now that is the highest level apparently. Well, there's probably others above that, but he literally said you could write off and get these documents. He himself wrote off in 1997. He wrote off for a document about Britain assisting Israel with its nuclear bomb program. And he got back like 300 pages of documents, and it wasn't long after that, and he found out all kinds of things. How the French had helped the Israelis build the Dimona reactor, which has been used to produce plutonium. How the UK sold Israel 20 tons of heavy water and uranium U-235, they did this all under the nose of the Americans. They were doing this from the 60s. And JFK was really angry because in those days America wasn't pro-Israel. It's very much sort of like wavering, and Kennedy was actually very angry that the UK had gone behind the US back to supply Israel with nuclear technology. He said this was a breach of their NATO agreement. Whether that contributed, I'm sure some people will say that contributed to his demise. I doubt it. I think there were other reasons why they did away with him. Contrary to what a lot of people think, I happen not to believe that the world revolves around Israel. It doesn't. Then Blair, within months of Blair coming to power, he did a massive two-turn on FOIA, and he filled it with exemptions. This includes exemptions to do, not just like the privacy exemptions, but you can't. There were exemptions to do with the king, and the king, William, and George are exempt. You can write off for FOIAs about other members of the family. Well, what about his brother? That's what I want to know. I'm talking about the king's brother, Andrew. There's so these halcyon days for the FOIA were very, very short because, of course, what the classic one now is not in the public interest. Kaz Clark and Gary Jones, who've researched the Pentech incident, know that only too well. And it gets. Then he told me a story that I could hardly believe was true. This was unbelievable. But it is true. I'm going to tell you it now. Thurrock Council. I don't know where Thurrock is. I think it's somewhere in the Midlands. Thurrock Council asked for a loan of £1 billion, and the government, and they wanted a loan. And of course, under local government laws, the only way the government could grant them a loan of £1 billion was to borrow it from other councils. So that could include Oxford City Council. So basically, all the other local government areas in the country were like stripped of as much money as they could to loan Thurrock Council £1 billion. What happened after that is that one of the councillors, who was a local businessman called Liam Kavanagh, you may have heard of this, he immediately became very, very wealthy. He bought a private jet, he bought a whole load of supercars, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, Porsches and things like that. He bought a yacht, he bought a massive stately home in the countryside, and he even started an Instagram account called Secret Billionaire. And he started posting pictures of all his assets without telling anyone who he was. Anyway, this is a little bit suspicious, isn't it? And indeed, because this was all supposed to be about solar energy and things like that. Anyway, a number of people did a FOIA request against this guy, although why they had to do it and not the police, I don't know. And they were told that they wouldn't release because no one could find out exactly what this council was spending this £1 billion on. I mean, it's a lot of money, £1 billion. You could build half my hospital for that. So what were they spending it on? Well, it came back not in the public interest. What's it called? The information. What's it called? The Information Commission's Officer. That's the government body that deals with FOIAs. They did say they don't want anyone looking into it. So what happened to Liam Kavanagh? I don't know. Apparently, but yeah, this guy became wealthy by embezzling local government funds. He basically took this money from Thurrock Council and spent it himself. I mean, shouldn't he be in jail? Is he in jail? I mean, look it up. Look up Liam Kavanagh. Is he in jail? Now, if you're going to be, if you're going to do a FOIA, right? And he actually asked me if I'd done a FOIA, and I said no. I just talked to him about John Greenwald Jr. But he said, firstly, the reason a lot of FOIAs are refused is because people put in too much information, it takes too long. And he says, so there's like a time, work, cost limit on FOIAs. And if it goes over that limit, then they'll just turn it down anyway. So just put in a little short one first and see how far you get with just a little, very small one with one question. And indeed, John Greenwald Jr. actually also suggested this. I would say, just read, if you want to know anything about FOIA, just watch The Black Vault. And just if you're not American, don't worry if you're not American, because the rules are fairly similar. And what's more, if foreigners can make FOIA requests on a country they're not a citizen of. There's also he also suggests that he gave advice to the Starmer regime. Like that's ever going to do any good. There should be an internal review for an appeal. The Starmer regime should reset public interest, the interest laws. There should be a 3-person lay appeal panel, state contractors, and do you really think Starmer's going to go back on what Tony Blair did by shutting down the FOIA? You must be joking. He hates the FOIA. So so there's a book about the Freedom of Information Act written by someone called Martin Rosenbaum, and you can get hold of that. It's called Freedom of Information. I asked in the Q&A. I said, look, are there any? What about sunset clauses? Because they're pretty much worthless because you can always renew them, and we've seen this with the Jack the Ripper files. They were classified for 100 years, and I'm sure at the time that felt like an eternity. But of course, it's not an eternity, and this time does come round. And when 1988 came round, Christopher Knight wrote the book about Jack the Ripper, tried to get the information, was told it'd been classified for another 100 years. And I said to him, is there such thing as a sunset clause which is unbreakable? And he said no. So sunset clauses are pretty worthless. Time limits are worthless. I mean, he mentions WikiLeaks. He doesn't support the release of unvetted material from WikiLeaks. I'm not so sure about that. I think there's a cost-benefit analysis to do there, but that's a big subject. I did a video about Julian Assange when he was released. Someone asked whether citizen journalists might abuse the Freedom of Information Act in order to dox somebody, and that is a concern. Because of course, you know, citizen journalists, a lot of people who call themselves citizen journalists who are just basically internet backbiters. I could name a few. I won't, but I could name a few. Simon Singh was in the room, and he mentioned the very famous case of his own FOIA. He put in a Freedom of Information Act request wanting to know how much the various NHS trusts were spending on homeopathy. As you know, if you watch my extended Skeptic talk, Simon Singh was sued by the British Chiropractic Association for saying that chiropractic was bogus. I don't support the lawsuit. I think they should have left him alone. He's entitled to his freedom of speech, but I don't agree with him, but there you go. Right, the final speaker was John Ondruk. Now, Ondruk, he talked about the link between horror fiction and social media and conspiracy theories, because he says there's what he calls an ontological flatline. I thought he called it. What did he call it? Ontological flatline or something. And he said that what's interesting, he understands, as a skeptic, he understands the 2016 effect. He understands it, and he said, 2016 was the year when we had Trump, we had Brexit, Corbyn took over Labour, stuff like that. And then he said fake news is also the term of the year. Then he mentions the 17th letter and how social media was abused. And he talks about horror reality being a verb, so you horror things. But what is horror? Horror is a form of fiction. There's gothic horror, there's sci-fi horror, etc. He goes through the history of it. He says there's certain effective markers, he calls, meaning how it makes you feel. It involves unease, frightening stuff. But he also mentions there's a difference between that and sort of creepy stuff, uncertainty, division, mystery. Gothic horror is where you get like an uncanny effect, a breakdown of reality, the familiar turning uncertain, things like that. Stephen King is actually very good at that kind of thing. Stephen King, as a writer, I must say, is very, very good at taking ordinary people and putting them into extraordinary situations and how they react. I mean, if you've ever seen the film, I've not read any Stephen King books, but if you ever see the film The Langoliers or The Mist, that's very much along those lines. And that's kind of very much referring to Gothic horror. Of course, Gothic also refers to old-fashioned, dark, things like that. It's got very, very different views. But the uncertainty of the familiar is a term he used. And it goes back a long way. There was something called The Castle of Otranto by Horace Walpole, an 18th century novel, which was actually a found text horror. So it was like, it begins with, I found these pieces of paper in a dark chimney pot, and it had this story on it, and things like that. And people thought it was real. And of course, there's Frankenstein. Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, which is often referred to as the first sci-fi horror, which I suppose it is. Again, it's an epistolary. It's about when in its first edition it was basically like covering letters at the start of every chapter. It's War of the Worlds, of course, which is was a kind of horror. It was an alien invasion sci-fi horror, which some people did think was real. Orson Welles ended up in court because of the mayhem. It wasn't quite as bad as a lot of people think. There wasn't nationwide panic, but in certain areas, people they looted shops, they got in their cars, they drove to the countryside. I think a couple of people were hurt in crashes because the cars they were driving, they were panicking as they were driving, things like that. Cannibal Holocaust it was an interesting film. If you've never seen it, bear in mind it's extremely violent and sadistic. There's also a lot of scenes of animal cruelty in it. It's extremely it's a really horrible film. It's what's thought to be the first found footage horror movie. It's based around these people who find some film cans from a lost expedition into the Amazon jungle, and it's about these explorers who go into the jungle to analyse, to anthropologists who go to study a native tribe. and study the barbaric ways of life. Of course, they themselves then turn into barbarians. It's a very interesting. It's as much as it's a really stomach-churning film. It's a very, very interesting one. It led to a real court case. I mean, the director and writer of the film were up in court because when the film was released, no one could find any of the cast. Because the director said, it was released in the mid-70s, and the director said, you know, you guys go into hiding for a while, go and stay in a hotel somewhere under false name. We want to keep people guessing, thinking it might be real and you're all dead. But the thing about it is, because they all die, they'd all die in the end of the film, and they get killed by the natives. But what's interesting is that they were arrested, and they had to beg the cast to come back so they could prove themselves innocent. Rather like Travis Walton's friends didn't. It shows how Travis is telling the truth. Of course, the Ghost Watch. I mean, I've done an entire watch party on Ghost Watch. I met Stephen Volk actually in the 2011 ASAP. I thought that was real. When I first saw it, I was one of the unlucky ones who saw it live when it first emerged. That was really good. And he mentions the Blair Witch Project, which is the classic, supposedly the first found footage horror. But then he mentions Creepypasta and Slender Man, the Soviet sleep study, all these various internet urban myths which might be real and might be not, and people aren't sure. It became to the point where people didn't know what was real or not. I mean, we see this with the alien autopsy. As you know, one of my closest friends is a big proponent of the alien autopsy. And this led to things like digital fiction. And there's different kinds of digital fiction, and it often revolved around 4chan and things like that. And it turned out that he believes the 17th letter came from that. It was just basically a live-action role-play internet fiction meme. And because it shares this sort of like ontological flat line, or what term he used, with reality, you can't tell what's real or not. That's his point. Now, as you know, I have different views from most people on the 17th letter. Even in the dissident circle, even in distant spheres, I do believe there's some reality behind it, and I've done an entire video explaining why. Obviously not one I put on YouTube. Obviously not. So they exist in the same space, and this is why conspiracy theories, in his view, hijack online trust. Like if you're talking to someone on Skype, you assume they're real. If you're emailing each other, you assume you're emailing a real person. And that trust is hijacked because conspiracy theories, according to him, like scammers, according to this guy, this is not my belief, this is his, they act like internet scammers and bots by hijacking, by inserting themselves into this high trust environment and then betraying people. They exist in the same space. Interestingly, there's a very interesting book, a very good book actually, very funny, very amusing, very interesting, called The Black Down Mystery by Jonathan Downes, who's one of my favourite authors, a cryptozoological author. It is a really interesting combination of fact and fiction. The characters in it are real people. It's illustrated by Richard Freeman, who you know, he's taken part in my videos, and he's involved in it as well, and it involves him and Jonathan and Graham Inglis and the CFZ crew. But a lot of it is fictionalized. It's a very, very odd book, and there's some like bit of documentary in it as well. And this can have tragic consequences because there were two girls. I mean, we know strange things happen with kids. I mean, when children do commit murder, and when they do, they very often conspire. Usually it's two people. We saw this with the murder of Brianna Jai recently, also with Jamie Bulger a few years ago, and many years ago, the Parker Holm murder in New Zealand. These were all two children conspiring. And this happened recently where two girls, they lured one of their friends from school into the woods and they killed her as a sacrifice to the Slender Man, something that doesn't exist. And he said that the 17th letter was on this Venn diagram. He put this Venn diagram with three circles, and the bit where they all overlap, he said, is the 17th letter. He said it's a mixture of horror, of detective and spy fiction, and dystopian or utopian revolution. He says it's a game. Are things a game or real? People don't know. And there's this participation element. He also mentions the the thing which is 2 words. The first one is an Italian savoury dish with a pastry base. The second word is a device for regulating the access to an outdoor enclosure, usually at the front or back of someone's house. Put those 2 words together, you know what I'm talking about. He said there was this, which led to a guy walking into a pizza palace and shooting it up, not killing anyone or hurting anyone, luckily, because of what might be in the basement. There's the Great Awakening, and in the end he says, I don't know what the solution is to this. You see, I do find it interesting to hear what these people have to say. I mean, obviously I disagree factually with a lot of what this guy said. I've done other videos explaining why, and I can't turn this video into a compilation of all the different points I've made and videos I've made and points I've done in those videos about why I disagree with the various speakers at this conference, all of them. Because then this would be a 10-hour video when all I can do is maybe supply you with a couple of links to portals and then you can go and look for yourself. But, you know, it is interesting to hear all these speakers. It really was. It was a very interesting set of speakers today, I must say. So many thanks to all of them. As I say, I left before the end, so I didn't get the chance to applaud all the people who put this all together. I'm sure that Sean, the MC, did that. I do appreciate what they did and put all this together, and I thank them very much. And whether I'll be coming next year or coming again, I don't know. I'll have to think about that for a while. Oh, good morning, everyone. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning and I've got to head off. Before I do, let's do the souvenirs. So here's my notebook. Now these are strange. I haven't actually, I should open these up, shouldn't I? Yeah. These were given to me as I walked in through the door. This is someone eating a Facebook pie. And this is UFOs and I don't know what that is then. I'm not sure what that is. Just all these things on computer. It's very interesting artwork. I think somebody eating they've got a diamond and they're eating something. I don't know what that is. Strange pictures, kind of abstract pictures. So I don't know exactly what that is, but it says here Dr. Idris. Oh, it's something to do with the different people. It's something connected to the talks. These are all speakers. Rena Raphael, James Wilson, Jenny Ratcliffe, and this is something to do with what they were talking. It's Dr. Flint Dibble. What's his? Ah, I see, UFOs and the pyramids. Oh, it's artwork connected to the speaker. I see, right, okay. That's that there. That's my A to Z of Manchester. I didn't use that. That's basically these days. I love these maps. I've always taken maps with me, but just a backup to my phone these days, isn't it? And here is my it's a very good idea. This is my ID badge and it's a kind of ID badge, my name and my program all in one. It's a good idea, that, I thought. This is my laptop charger. There we are. This is, what's this? Oh, David Annex, Mystery of Dracula. He was one of the speakers. This is some kind of show, a live show. Right, so that sounds good, doesn't it? You can pause and read that if you want. I won't be going to it anyway. Can't go to that one. Right, these are... Let's have a look. I'm just going to check out. Yeah, this is my coach ticket. Oh, I've got a Fred's Bookshop, Ambleside. Little free bookmark I got there. That's my book by Helen Dale, which I showed you earlier. I finished that. That's the second part. I finished that. My Nexus magazines. Here we go. This is the one I've started. I'm sort of binge reading these in various ways. That's the rest of my Nexuses. Those are my pens. That's my phone and laptop charger. No, that's my phone and camera charger, both embraced in a duo. That's a razor which I can throw away. It's blunt. That is my toothbrush. That is my room key. That is a moisturiser. That bottle's nearly empty now after using it many, many times. There's my glasses, and that is this particular expedition's souvenirs. Heading off now. It's trying to get light. I must say that was not the best travel lodge in the world. I mean, it's all right. It's adequate. It gives me a good place to sleep. You get there's a bar and stuff like that, but well, the sink. Did I show you earlier? I can't remember. I might have shown you earlier, but the plug hole in the sink is jammed shut.
so I couldn't really use the sink. The toilet doesn't flush very well. There's not enough plugs in the plug sockets. And there's no locked door to the rooms where the rooms are, so that's a security issue, I suppose. And the keys kept breaking down. I mean, I had to have the key replaced every day. So I mean, it seemed to last a certain amount of time, and then it would just see if I can cross over this road, and then it would just go kind of. Then the key would fail, have to be reset. Of course, in the old days when keys were like metal things you turned in locks, it didn't have a problem. The Trav Lodge, if you remember, with my tip when I did my Pentax Skywatch, the keys at the Trav Lodge at the M4 service station just north of Cardiff, they're those old-fashioned keys still. They use the old-fashioned keys. Yeah, it's just very simple what they work, you see. You don't have something nuclear powered and covered in full of electronics. You may have noticed, I mean, one thing you get in Manchester which you don't get almost anywhere else is these trams. There's another one there, so he's coming now. I don't think this used to be a lot more, and indeed in other cities they have them. I remember they had them in Amsterdam, there's a few in Nottingham, but they're making a bit of a comeback actually. But Manchester seems to have the most developed tram system, and everywhere you go you've got to watch where you head, because the road is sort of like linked with these tramways, and some of them sometimes they share the same space. And so you've got to be careful. I swear you're riding a bike, you get the bike stuck in this little rail. You'll end up riding along on your bike and not be able to get out of it. Your bike's wheel gets stuck in this little gap between the tracks. So I remember it's actually quite a good system though when it comes to transport, because I went to Bury once. One of the times I came to Manchester. I've been to Manchester a couple of times just passing through. I don't remember ever staying in the city centre like I have on this particular expedition, but I went to Bury, and the reason I went there was because there was the Reptilian Resistance Conference, or I think it was called the Reptilian Resistance. It's very good actually, a very good conference, organised by Chris Turner. I was the MC, and so I had to, there was Ellis Taylor was there, Simon Parks, who else? This American guy's name I can't remember, Frank Willis. Very, very good conference. It was like a one-day job, but it was really, really good. And I got the tram. I got one of these trams here. Took me all the way to Bury, which is about 15 miles away, I think. And yeah, and I remember that. I remember this. When it goes out in the countryside, it turns into like a train, and there's no roads. It just runs along a track with no roads. So that sort of makes sense. I don't know if they'll ever have them in Oxford, but anyway, here's the venue again for the last time, the Mure Hotel, and I'm going to head for the coast station. I'm no rush. I'm very early. Well, welcome back to Milton on the Keynes. Yeah, bit of a different plan, bit of different route on the way back. This often happens. Changing at Milton Keynes instead of Birmingham, which was my next coach. It's not a real coach. It's the X5 bus to Oxford. It's like a third-party provider, so that's the next one I'll be getting. Due to arrive at 12 o'clock. For some reason, I was sent a second ticket in the post, which demanding I use that one instead, which means the bus is coming at 12:40. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's to do with time gaps between the services. I think they have to leave a certain amount of time. Or maybe because the 12 o'clock one's been cancelled for some reason, but how they knew that weeks in advance, I don't know. Anyway, I didn't film once I got on the coach. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't capture any footage, which sort of breaks up the narrative a little bit. Like on one moment I'm in Manchester, then the next moment I'm here. If I was Stanley Kubrick, I'd go all the way back to Manchester and get like a 12-second shot of me on a coach, but when you see one person on a coach, when you see me once. That's a noisy bus, isn't it? When you see me once on a coach, you see me 1,000 times. So I'm on the last stage of my journey now, apart from walking home, of course, but I'm going to do some shopping first. Good time to reflect on the experience I've just had and also anticipate some of the responses from you, the viewers. And I know not all those responses are going to be positive. Some of you are going to think badly of me for what I've just done. You're going to think, Ben, are you collaborating with the enemy? That bloody coach's bus is noisy. He has to park there. Oh no. Why are you consorting with skeptics? Filthy skeptics. They're the bad guys. They're evil. They're here to destroy us and take over the world and turn it into Richard Dawkins' mansion and things like that. Well, I think I've made other videos explaining this very, very carefully, and I do recommend, especially, I mentioned this before, but I mention it again, I do especially recommend my video called Conspiracy Deprogramming, Conspiracy Theory Deprogramming, which I take as Conspiracy Theory Deprogramming course. The reason I go to skeptic events, I've been to this skeptic event, and the reason I recommend it to everyone else, well, I'm not saying go to a skeptic event, but I do recommend at least listening to what the skeptics have to say. Is that you do need to hear both sides of the story if you really are certain of yourself in this world, in this conspirasphere. You need to hear both sides of the story. You need to test your hypotheses and your theories, because there was a difference apparently, against dissent, against alternative ideas. So I'd say I'm not suggesting you go to QED. I wouldn't go that far, but I would say you need to just watch their videos, read some of their articles about things. Just check them out. Just hear what they have to say. And you say, well, if I do that, I might turn into a skeptic. Well, yeah, you might. But if you do, well then that's a sign that you were insecure in your beliefs in the first place. Where's this bus going? And this is the bus I want, so I'm going to get on that one. So I'll continue this little narrative, maybe on the bus if it's quiet enough, or maybe when I get back to Oxford. Oh yeah, there's one for you. I think you like that. Okay guys, well I'm back. It's turned cold all of a sudden, which is why I've got my hood up. You know, it's really got chilly. Yeah, where was I? Yeah, I've got the bus to Oxford from Milton Keynes. It's just a bus now. There's a lady on the bus actually who wanted to get off to go to the toilet in the Milton Keynes coachway, and the driver says no time. It used to be a coach. You remember? I did filming on there. It used to be a coach with a bloody toilet at the back of it. They don't have it anymore. Wonder what's down here. Secret base. Yeah. And that's actually an underground car park. See, I think so. Anyway. So, as I was saying earlier, I don't think there's anything wrong with what I did. For those of you who think I committed some kind of heresy, well, you're wrong. It's not that at all. As I said, do go to the Skeptic portal. I've got one there's a link in the description box to that, and I just particularly recommend, I won't post any separate links because there's too many links otherwise, it's on the portal. My Conspiracy Theory Deconversion course by Skeptic of the North. I do recommend that most of all. So, I think some of you are scared, that I'm drifting over to the other side. I'm actually thinking of becoming a skeptic myself. Well, you can't choose to become a skeptic or choose not to. We don't choose our beliefs. That's why I'm not too hard on Brent Lee and Neil Sanders. They're on their own journey. They're on their own journey of discovery, of self-discovery, and realization of what the universe is and how the world works, etc. And I'm on mine. I can't guarantee I won't become a skeptic one day. I mean, it is possible. It's physically possible. But with me, I think it's very unlikely. In fact, I think I'm probably one of the least likely people in the truth movement to become a skeptic. It sounds paradoxical, but it's because of my interest in the other side of the story that I'm very unlikely to become a skeptic. Not in spite of it, because of it. You see, the people most likely to swap benches and cross the aisle, the people most likely to basically do what Brent Lee did, and I mean he himself said, he's given an explanation for that. He once said in an interview, I think it was with Skeptic of the North, interestingly, he said, when I was a conspiracy theory, I hated the skeptics. I couldn't stand to be around them. I hated listening to them. I never listened. I regard them as evil, etc. I can't remember the exact quote, but that's what he said. And it's people like that, the true zealot, the true believer, who is the person most likely to switch sides. Sounds paradoxical. It's not. That is the person most likely to switch sides, because they are so extreme and they have so much conviction in their beliefs that when those beliefs break down in any way, they feel betrayed. There's a massive emotional reaction against it, and they feel betrayed. And I mean, it's I've read a book called Unhitched: The Trial of Christopher Hitchens by Richard Seymour. Very interesting, because he makes this point when it comes to Christopher Hitchens, who was both he and Peter Hitchens were left-wing Marxists, and both changed. Peter Hitchens became a conservative Christian. He became a paleoconservative and found his faith in God and became a Christian. Christopher Hitchens became the kind of went from being like a Trotskyist Marxist to being a neoconservative kind of like fellow traveller of the right. The thing about Christopher Hitchens is there was this element of like contrarianism about him, so it's hard to know what he actually believed about things, because I think he sometimes professed beliefs that he knew would get him into an argument with other people, even and just for that sake alone, and he didn't actually believe them himself. But the point being is, it is the true zealot who's most likely to convert. People with a more holistic view and a more balanced view, and with an understanding of their opponents, and rather than a demonization of them and a hatred of them, are those who tend to be more secure in what they think. And I think that's me. I think it's very unlikely I'll ever become a skeptic, simply because I already know their arguments. I've heard their side of the story, and I think it is wanting. And so I went to QED. I'm glad I went to QED. I might go next year if there's interesting speakers. I'm not sure, but it is something. It's not something I'm going to make a regular habit of, the way I do Probe, for example. But it's an example of this discovery on this journey I'm on, and no doubt, I'll do another version of my skeptic talk at some point, and I have found, I'm sure, a lot of information and new experiences which I can process and put into that talk. So, if you want to know more, I say look at my deconversion course. But also, I've done talks. I've done my skeptic lecture many times, most recently in Dorset. Do check those out as well if you've not seen them before. But anyway, this particular video has come to an end. Thank you for watching Panwo TV. Hospital Porters, Pride and Dignity. Stop the New World Order.